Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Crescent City's monthly commission meeting. We welcome everyone here tonight. The time is right at 6 p.m. The date is July 9th, 2026. With this, I'm going to ask Commissioner Moore if you would please lead us in invocation. Everyone, please stand if you are able.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for our rising on today. We want to thank you for our gathering on this afternoon. We also want to thank you for how you have given us grace and mercy and allowed us to wake up to a brand new day, one that we've never seen before, we won't see again. And we give you the honor and the praise for that. And Father God, we ask that you be with us this evening. Help us to do those things that we please in your sight. Lord, bless every heart, every soul, and every mind that is present on tonight. And even those that are not able to be here, we ask you to give them grace and mercy also. And Father God, continue to give us knowledge and understanding to be able to do that perfect will. And all these blessings we do ask in that Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Linda Payne-DeVito. I'm sorry, Commissioner Linda Payne-DeVito.
Present.
Apologies.
Present.
Vice Mayor William P.J. Laurie.
Present.
Commissioner Linda Moore. Here. Commissioner Cynthia Burton.
Here.
Mayor Michelle Myers.
Present.
City Manager Jerry Martin.
Here.
Assistant City Manager is absent. City Attorney Donald Holmes.
Here.
Major Ussery of Putnam County Sheriff's Department.
He's back here hiding.
Okay, sorry, couldn't see you. Finance Director Steve Conklin.
Here.
I know the Sam is not here. All right, and myself, City Clerk Sharita Belcher, and we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. With that, I've asked our City Commission if they would allow us to change the agenda around. Many of you have been here a lot of the afternoon, and we just thank everyone for being here tonight because we're going to start this meeting off by honoring Larry Court. Larry, and if you would just come up here for at the podium for us, please. As many of you know, if you haven't noticed, they did close down the Winn-Dixie. And when they closed down the Winn-Dixie, one of the heartbreaks that we had was that we lost Larry to another community. But it's wonderful for that community. Many of you did not have an opportunity to share with him how much you appreciate him and thank him and give him good wishes. So that's why tonight we did this. Larry has been part of this community. We've had so many incredible words tonight. I could never even try to match those with what people, the heartfelt sentiment that has been shared this evening about what they see in Larry, felt in Larry, and the loss that this community has had with Larry leaving us. Every time you're in a community, you always want to make sure that you leave your thumbprint. Larry left his handprint on this community. And, you know, I have to say, I said this often, that if he actually lived in Crescent City, Larry would be the mayor. Hands down, nobody could run against him. He would be the mayor. I've shared a lot with Larry through the years. Larry has been extremely supportive of me. I know he has been extremely supportive of this entire commission. And that's why the commission felt it necessary tonight, that we have the reception and that we honor him. We have a lot in common. I'm married to a grocer, 42.
Store manager.
Yeah. I've been together with 39 years and a store manager. And what community doesn't know is the sacrifices that they make for their family in order to serve each and every one of you. They're not here for holidays. They work late hours. When they are home, they can be very tired. I'm sure Larry's never grumpy, but sometimes they can even get a little grumpy. They're being pulled on in all directions, but they do it with a smile and with customer service beyond none. And Larry, we just commend you. We thank you for the sacrifices you've made for this community and for your family. We know Francine, as much as she spends time away too, that she values that special time that y'all have together. So with that, I'm going to read a proclamation. The City of Crescent City, Florida, Proclamation 2026-05, honoring Larry Court for his dedicated service to Crescent City and the entire South Putnam community. And whereas the City Commission of the City of Crescent City is honored to recognize Larry Court for his outstanding service, unwavering dedication, and genuine compassion shown to the citizens of Crescent City during his tenure as store manager of Winn-Dixie from 2014 through its closing on May 31st, 2026. And whereas throughout his years of service, Larry transformed what could have been just another grocery store into a true gathering place where neighbors were welcomed as friends and customers were treated like family. I'm going to get through this. And whereas Larry possessed the remarkable ability to know customers by name, to greet each person with a warm smile and make everyone who entered the store feel valued, respected, and appreciated, creating the small town atmosphere that defines the heart of Crescent City. And whereas Larry consistently demonstrated extraordinary generosity by supporting local schools, churches, civic organizations, charitable causes, and community events whenever help was needed, always giving back without hesitation. And whereas through his leadership, Larry provided employment opportunities for countless young people in our community, mentoring them not only in the responsibilities of the workplace, but also in the values of accountability, respect, integrity, and service that would guide them into adulthood. And whereas Larry's kindness, his humility, his work ethic, and sincere concern for others earned him the admiration and affection of an entire community. And with many citizens expressing that he represented the very best of Crescent City and South Putnam, and he embodied the spirit of neighbor helping neighbor. And whereas although the Crescent City Winn-Dixie closed on May 31st, 2026, as part of its conversion to Aldi, Larry's impact on this community will endure far beyond the closing of the store, leaving behind friendships, memories, and a legacy of service that cannot be measured. And whereas while Larry has accepted the opportunity to continue serving Winn-Dixie and other communities, the City of Crescent City hopes he finds time to enjoy well-earned moments with family and friends, days on the water, and this new chapter of life, even as he continues sharing his infectious smile, generous heart, and exceptional leadership with others. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, does hereby express its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Larry Court for his years of faithful service, his commitment to our citizens, and the lasting difference he has made in the lives of so many. The City Commission further recognizes that while Larry may no longer serve the Crescent City Winn-Dixie, he will forever remain a cherished member of the Crescent City family. It has often been said throughout our community that if Larry had lived within the city limits, whether he wanted it or not, he would have been elected mayor without opposition, not because he sought the position, but because he earned the trust, respect, and affection of the people through simple acts of kindness, service, leadership, and genuine care for others. The city of Crescent City wholeheartedly thanks Larry, not just for his service to our community, but for being the wonderful man that he is, and congratulates Larry on this next chapter and wishes him continued success, happiness, good health, and many blessings in the years ahead. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you very much.
With that, the community reached out and they wanted to provide you with a little something for you and Francine to enjoy yourself. You can go fishing, you can go to those restaurants, we know you like to eat out. You can go buy you some
What gave it away?
shoes. But there's your proclamation. And then also, we want to give you the key to the city of Crescent City. And Larry, we just thank you, we cherish you. And I don't know if you want to say a couple of words. I'm sure our
Yes.
commissioners would like to say a few things.
Let them go first. Let me get my
Would
bearings.
anybody like to say anything? Any of our commissioners?
Um,
Yes.
I know Larry probably don't know me by name, but every time I went into the store, he's always speaking to me. And so it was my family also. I always want to know if he can help us find something. But I'm very familiar with the work that you do because I am a retired educator. And I know what you do for the schools and for our children. And we have kids still in the school system. And we know what you have done for them in the past, and it will never be forgotten. So I want you to go, may God bless you, may He keep you in His care, and then you do whatever you need to do to enjoy your life. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
I would just like to say that, Larry, you have been a part of this community for quite a while. And as a Rotarian, I would say thank you on behalf of the Rotary Club of Crescent City. Without Winn-Dixie and you, I don't think we'd have a Catfish Festival. We certainly wouldn't have a successful one. So we really do appreciate everything, working with us all the time and getting us stuff at low cost and letting us bring stuff back after the festival's over. I mean, it really did help make that happen every year. I don't know what we're going to do without you here, but we appreciate you. I
I'm
appreciate
working on that.
Okay. I'm sure many fellow Rotarians like to hear that too, so we do appreciate it though.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so, well, Larry, what can I say? Also, as a Rotarian, I know how much you've meant to the civic organizations in Crescent City. So many things that have happened here. Winn-Dixie has just been a strong right arm for this community. And I will never forget your always cheerful demeanor, your grace under your constant daily pressure. It was uplifting just to go into the store and hear you saying hello to people, even if I didn't run into you that day. I could hear your voice. So all the things that have been said, wishing you much success. Thank you for taking time out to come back here today and be with us. Thank you so much. Good luck.
What do I say? It really does feel like my home, Crescent City. Well, gave me a moment to. You were with me when I lost my beloved wife, and you were with me when I found another beautiful wife. This community, the things we've done, you're honoring me, but I really, truly, in my heart, honor you. You're constantly in my prayers. I come by here, and I must admit, I can't drive by my new store. Not yet. But the people that came in there, the children that I see grow up, the people, that we lost along the way. Helping the officers out, seeing them come in, they're like running and, they work their tails off. And all of a sudden I walk up and look at them and say, what are you doing with that lunch? I'm buying my lunch. My store, you don't buy a lunch. You can get a lunch from us. And just working with everybody here in the community. I can't tell you how blessed I've been to be here in this community. I love you guys. I love this community. I don't think I'd be the mayor. I don't think I could do that job. I like being the store manager. But I will say this much. I see the people that take care of this community and see how this community thrives, and all the people up there, how John, Carol, and Angel, and Kimberly, and Mary Ann, and all these people I know, we'll be in Crescent City. In fact, we'll be here this week. My niece is visiting from California. We're going to 3 Bananas for their wings. Ian walked in the door, and the thing I looked at Ian and said, "Did you bring any wings with you, for gosh sakes?" I love the wings. So, but I really do. I do love you all. I really truly mean that. And I'm not saying that just to say that. I'm saying that sincerely. And I will tell you that the advantage of coming to Crescent City was I had 1 hour a day where I was uninterrupted, and I got to spend with my Lord and Maker in my car. And I prayed for the people that were when Summer Delaney was in the car accident wearing a halo, and for the people that we lost in our store, and people we lost in our community. And that's hard to believe, but we all know that we're always together, and that we all as a group just really can thrive as a group. And one day we'll meet again. So we will. And that's what I like most. It's really nice having a city manager. He's a really great guy. The stars, you still doing okay? My people's get too much time off, he's had too much sun, Dan. But everybody in here, you know how much I love you. You know how much I've seen things go and that. So thank you very much. I am so honored and so blessed. My wife would have been here, but she is taking her niece who's visiting from California and around, the 24-year-old niece that we have, and her girlfriend that are around. And she's, "Oh, Larry," I know you do, but she also said that thank you very much. So I would like, Robert.
You want to get a picture? Well, we're going to get a picture here with everybody. And honestly, with here, I'll put this down.
Okay.
So Francine, when she gets home tonight, you can run the reel because it's being recorded
Oh,
over and over and over again. And so every time she, you can tell her, just look how everybody appreciates me.
My wife's got that.
Everybody, y'all want to come around here and let's get our picture?
I can go back there. You can go back there.
Maybe it was fun for me.
I'll leave it. Yeah,
There you go.
Derek.
Robert, is that the right space?
I can see it.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I would like to remind Larry of one thing. A lot of Jacksonville folks have places in Crescent City, and we do have property for sale. You know where to go find
I will turn, my wife and I are looking at properties up here too.
Well,
We
good.
want to get some tiny houses going, so we're gonna see what we got going.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I love seeing you come to the store. You got that smile.
Here, let me just- No, you guys pretty good. So,
Thanks.
thank you.
I love you. Thank you.
Okay, with that. You may see my glasses. Oh, there they are. Let's go into our announcements, if we've got quite a few announcements. First off, a very exciting thing happened today. We did a ribbon cutting, if you haven't seen it, I believe it's on Facebook, but of the new elementary school. And they're going to have, I believe, an open house on the 16th, the evening of the 16th. It is unbelievable. And what our children, the experiences they're going to have there are just, I can only imagine that first day when they walk in and see what they get to learn, you know, and so that was such a great day today to be there and with the ribbon cutting with everyone, and we toured the school, and it is just state of the art. It's beautiful. I tried to get a job in the lunchroom. Bailey said, you know, for washing dishes. So starting out, we've got the Purple Plum Playhouse is back at it, and on Friday, August 7th and Saturday, August 8th, they've got 2 performances. It's Comedy Night Live, a Midsummer Night's Scheme is what they're doing. It's going to be at the Crescent City Moose Lodge. Admission's $30. It includes delicious 3-course meal of breast of chicken parmesan or baked ziti. Tickets will be sold in advance through August 6th. So, and then we've got the Women's Club has got, of course, a lot going on. They've got their Christmas in July sale, which will start tomorrow at 8 a.m. and also Saturday at 8 a.m. till 4. Food and drink will be available for purchase. They said come shop early and get ready for the holidays. We've got our back to school. The Women's Civic Organization and the Concerned Citizens, they do a back to school giveaway, and it's going to be Saturday, August 8th, 2026. They're doing free community services. They're doing haircuts and hairstyles, vaccinations. They have a clothing drive. There'll be lunch served. They're giving out backpacks and school supplies. That's always a big event. A big event for them. Last year, if you remember, Commission, we supported that. I'm trying to get through. I told you we have a lot going on for summer months. Okay, bingo. Crescent City Women's Club has got bingo Friday, July 17th, next Friday, $20. Dinner and bingo. The doors open at 5. Bingo starts at 5:45. Don't be late. Jackpot payout is $50. Tickets are available at the door, and you must be 18 years or older to play. They've got their Bunko. This seems to be a big hit and continues. So Bunko is going to be Wednesday, July 15th from 1 to 3 o'clock, and it's $6. Snacks and drinks will be available for a minimal charge. And I'm trying to think, Sharita, do we have anything else? Oh, we've got, as many of you, if you remember at the last meeting, if you were here or you watched, the Fire Watch. We had a presentation on the Fire Watch. So that's on prevention for helping community involvement with helping with suicide prevention. So we're going to have, we've set up 3 opportunities. There will be one July 23rd at 11 a.m. It'll be here in the chambers. There's going to be one July 23rd at 6 p.m. if you can't make the daytime. And then one that Saturday, which is July 25th at 10 a.m. Takes less than 45 minutes to complete the training. The veterans specifically die by suicide at twice the rate of those who have not served in the military. And it helps veterans get connected with VA healthcare, mental health care assistance for utilities, and so much more. But this is an opportunity for suicide awareness. And so please, if you can, sign up for that and attend that. Commissioners, do you have any anything that any announcements that you have?
I think that covers it.
Okay. Anything? None? Okay, then with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to open it up to public comments. So at this time, yes.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. At this time, we're opening it up for public comments. If you have any public comments, please come forward, state your name and your address, if you will. These will be comments on any item that is not on the agenda that you feel you need to bring to our attention. Okay, nobody has anything. With that, then I'm going to close public comment. Thank you all very much. Our presentation. So with that, I think Commissioner DeVito, do you want to introduce this? We have the presentation by the North Florida Land Trust. Do you want to?
Certainly. The North Florida Land Trust is a 501c3 that focuses on land acquisition and conservation easements in a 7-county area, including including Putnam County. The CEO is the well-known statewide judge and civic leader, Allison DeFore. Recently, there have been some significant conservation easements closed in our area of Putnam County. And Ms. Kim Hall, who is with Acquisitions and Opportunities with the North Florida Land Trust, is a native of South Putnam, is here today to explain to us about the organization, activities that have gone on in our area that are significant for our area, and just things that we should probably know and opportunities we might have. So with that, Ms. Kim Hall, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Kimberly Hall, North Florida Land Trust. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity to introduce myself and our work that we do that is so important to me. What do the aquifer, wild places, agriculture, freshwater marshes, and aircraft carriers have in common? Putnam County. All of those pictures are from Putnam County, except of course for the aircraft carrier, which was, we were somewhere 200 miles off the coast. But all of those are local pictures, and if some of you recognize me, it's probably because I pulled a barge once or twice a year for the fireworks, which is my distinct privilege, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Next. So who am I? I'm a 46-year resident of Putnam County. I've been to the Crescent City Elementary School, George C. Miller Middle School, and a 1992 graduate of Crescent City High School. I worked with St. John's River Water Management for 15 years and now have been with North Florida Land Trust for the last 5 years. So not only is this my job, but it is also my lifestyle in this distinct place that we find ourselves. Next. North Florida Land Trust is a Florida nonprofit funded in 1999, and our mission is to preserve and enhance the quality of life by protecting Florida's irreplaceable and natural environment. And we feel more connected and have a stronger appreciation for our unique and native environments when we find it preserved. Next. What do we need to live? We need clean air, clean water, domestic food and fiber production or forestry, storm and water protection, and wildlife habitat, a place for the animals to go. What do we appreciate about the benefits of open space? We live in everybody else's vacation destination. We appreciate recreational opportunities. We appreciate national security, military mission readiness. And we really appreciate amenity and property values when they are sustained and maintained, because conservation is a part of the equation. Next. Zooming out just a little. We all love our community for different reasons, which I suspect have similarities in character. By the character of our location, the open spaces you might have roamed, hunted, snuck a beer, snuck a kiss in the woods. I didn't do that one. Open space provides all of these and more. We live where other people vacation. Our home is basically the Disney World of the outdoors. Next. How do we do this? Well, North Florida Land Trust, one of the many things we do, we partner on major projects, which is putting together big corridors, setting goals, putting together 25 to 30 partners, and we all have a shared goal of making these things come together. In 2023, we attracted $400 million to this particular corridor, which includes Putnam County, with these partnerships. Next. What specifically has North Florida Land Trust done in its time? Since '99, we've protected 126,000 acres in general, whether that's facilitated, arranged, owned, conservation easement. And you see some of the coastal ones, we try not to leave too many orphans out there, but where we've been motivated to not leave an orphan, we've taken them on. Next. What is in our toolbox? We buy land, we facilitate transactions, that's our largest lion's share of what we do. We accept land donations. We had a 700-acre land donation several years ago between Pomona Park and Willaca, the Commander property. And that happened to be a conservation easement, which is probably one of the most popular tools in our toolbox. Next. Zooming in a little further, you can see on your left a picture of Putnam County with all of the majority of the protected lands highlighted. The star is Crescent City. The arrow is pointing to the last conservation easement that closed in this county. It was called the Hoffmeister easement. It was 518 acres, and that family was looking to preserve their legacy and the future generations' lifestyle. Those properties in the pink are properties that North Florida Land Trust had a hand in, and that's the tune of about 8,000 acres in this county, of which we only own or manage 2,000. Next. Going back to this tool, this is the most misunderstood tool in our tool belt. What is a conservation easement? The gentleman and child on the tractor, and these are all local people. They are third and fourth generation farmers. And conservation easement is buying the development rights of a property. So let's say this father wants to put a conservation easement on his 1,000-acre farm. He can reserve one additional house, however he negotiates it, for his son and their future family. And they can keep their cows, keep their trees, build 2 houses, and sell the rest of those development rights. And they get the quiet use and enjoyment of their property and continue farming forever. Next. How do we pick these? Which ones do we pick? Oh, that's Crescent Lake in Bear Island. The picture to the right is a little inland pond, which is perfect for breeding frogs, herpetologist's dream come true. That's a closer look at the Hoffmeister property, and they will continue to own that property privately. It's not publicly owned. We just have an agreement with them that they won't develop it. Next. Also in our preservation priority areas, the springs, the aquifer, the recharge. Again, more pictures here from Putnam County. But what's primarily in Putnam County is your springs, aquifer recharge, working lands, some community conservation, and the military. Next. What's unique about South Putnam and the military? That yellow hatched area is a part of the Pine Castle Range complex. Everybody's familiar with the Air Force or the Navy that flies over. That is nationally and internationally used for practicing. Wow. It is the only range in the eastern United States that maintains live bombing. And what's unique about Putnam County is through our rural nature, we protect their airspace and their ability to get to target without dropping accidentally inert bombs on homes. But Putnam County protects the airspace and the training grounds due to its natural and rural space in support of mission readiness. Next. Another thing we do is we come together with local communities and we help them with local referenda. Our most notable last one that we worked on was Clay County. We put that on a major that was a presidential ballot, and their constituency voted for a $45 million referendum. So many tools in the tool belt. Other things we've done in the past is we've worked with a small movie production called the O to O, the Path to Connection. These QR codes take you to each of those places. Great movie about what our little portion of the O to O is. We also put out literature materials, conservation you can hold, and then we also maintain a public site, a dashboard that keeps up with the progress that we're making in the community.
Can you explain to people what the ODO is?
Yes, I'm sorry. The O to O is the Osceola to Ocala corridor. And that corridor stretches all the way from Georgia down past to the Ocala National Forest. And the idea in protecting that corridor is so that bears, wildlife can get from one end to the other and have a place to be. So, I mean, there's immense amount of pressure on the wildlife, and protecting a corridor where you have healthy deer populations and they're less segmented. Thank you. And that's all I have. I know I needed to be quick. That's a lot of information, but it has been such a pleasure, and I can only hope, Larry, that I will have the distinct honor of leaving half of the footprint on my community for what I get to do in my job and my lifestyle as you have in ours. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing the recent conservation easement with you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for sharing with us the success that you've had here in South Putnam with that reason.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we have a few under contract that I can't talk about, but you'll be hearing about. And I've left some materials for you guys to pick up.
Thank you for bringing us up to speed on that. And-
Thank you.
And always, she never takes credit. She always comes in off the water after the fireworks and, wow, she, oh, no, I'm like, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pulled that barge out there.
It's the second trip that's the scary one.
This is the second
After it's on fire.
But thank you.
Thank
For
you.
being here tonight.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for all you're doing. Okay, Derek, I'm gonna turn that over to you. Right now, we've got the presentation of the IT solutions.
Yes, so if I can have you come up, sir, appreciate that. We're gonna talk to the owner of Obsiva tonight. He's gonna do a presentation on IT solutions. I'm looking for a vote to move this forward for contract.
It's 2 pages, so it'll be quick. Thank you, Derek.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, committee, and residents of Crescent City. My name is Rich Craven. I'm CEO of Obsiva. We're a technology company actually located here in Putnam County. Our office, our headquarters is in Pocket. We have several, probably roughly 30 businesses here in Putnam that we provide services to, as well as the town of Malacca, which kind of is the journey that I went on to find myself here. So I came in really with the goal of originally talking to the town about your voice systems. And we think we had a pretty darn good proposal, but found out that the contract's still ongoing for about a year, so we weren't able to actually bid on that work. However, along the way, as part of the discovery, we found a couple of opportunities that we think will be beneficial to the town. I prepared at one point 2 8 to 10 page decks, which I think were circulated to the committee women. And I was asked to prepare just a 2-pager so that we could kind of move through this quickly, but I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have on those decks. 2 things we looked at. The first is just this room. You know, it works, but does it work as well as it could for the town? We don't know. So we went through and did a full discovery and inspection of this room and came up with a proposal to upgrade the council chambers, putting in 2 75-inch TVs, which would be mounted from the ceiling, that would be pointing towards the audience so that they would actually be able to see the presentation a little bit better, and then 2 65s that would actually be available for people on the dais to be able to see the same presentations as well. We were looking to improve the AV by bringing in a mixer board, and removing these mics so that they had better pickup on them, and then having a PC that would actually pull all of it together and be able to manage it professionally and also have it displayed, you know, out onto the internet, so residents that can't make the meeting can see everything clearly. So that's the plan. We looked at it from a cost perspective of either buying the equipment or putting it on a lease. We came back with a proposal to put it on a 63-month lease with a $1 buyout, meaning we could buy the equipment at the end of that for $1. And it comes out to $210 a month. And that's all the equipment, and that's also support from our team for anything that may go wrong, the help or the assistance with the setup and the training that would have to take place on the equipment. So that's part 1 of this. Part 2 was your managed IT. Now, you currently have a provider that you're almost paying $3,600 a month to. And that $3,600 a month gives you IT support, PC's not working, you forgot your password, internet's running slow, that sort of service. What you're not getting from that, and which they put out a second proposal for $2,300 a month to you for, was cybersecurity. So right now, the town has no security protection beyond just Microsoft antivirus that comes with the 365. So that's a big gap, a major hurdle. So what we went back is we looked at it as a whole, and we were able to put together a 24/7 IT service with our techs that are located here locally, right, that are already CGIS certified because of our work with Town of Willaca, and come in even less, about $150 a month less, including the cybersecurity and the dark web monitoring. So we think that's a compelling proposal, since we're about $2,400 cheaper than if you just went ahead with that other proposal last year. All together, it's $36.37 a month, so it's just a little upcharge because of the AV equipment, but most of that is recouped through the savings on the IT. So that's the quick explanation of it. Is there anything in particular or any questions that you may have?
Commission, does anyone have any questions?
I just have a few comments, I guess. I'm so glad that you're here. This has been something that's concerned me laying up at night sometimes. I've gone through a lot of the training that is required for cybersecurity with the state laws, and it's scary what can happen in a matter of minutes. That's why we were looking to enhance with our last IT provider, but we weren't satisfied with our options. So, and also the one thing that I hear the most from people and residents is they can't hear us on the feed, which I can understand that. We're dealing with 1960s microphones here. Mine's a little newer, but that's it. So I've looked through all of this, and this is a great deal for the city, because we were looking at having to spend a whole lot more than this. And not only that, but this is required by state law for us to follow the NIST, the NIST cybersecurity framework, which is what I've been trying to get us up to. So I'm glad you're here, and hopefully we can approve this tonight so we can get it in place.
And I would say one additional thing, that we're local, and we like to treat our customers, as local, right? So as friends, neighbors. What we would do, and we still do with the town of Willaca today, is that we'll sit down with them quarterly, we go through everything that we've been doing for them, but we also get an agenda set ahead of time. So if there are things that interest you, that are information technology, questions that you may have or concerns, and a good example, AI in city government, right? We can prep, get ready, and come and give you a report on that, and walk you through maybe how the benefits of AI would improve the town's governance.
And I will also add that I've talked to Willaca, and they're very happy with your work. A good recommendation from them.
Mayor Washington is that too. Go ahead, Commissioner Field.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Hi, thank you for being here. Certainly, you're very articulate when you speak, and as someone who's not a tech person, I felt like I had a reasonable understanding of your printed materials and your explanation, so that is very much appreciated. I don't think we have an actual contract in front of us. I think we just have a summary of what the services would be. Is that correct, Mr. Martin?
That's correct.
Okay, so I do have a few questions because I've met you or your company before. How long has your company been in business? Did you say that? Wait. All right.
Our company has been in business 2.5 years.
Okay.
But folks in our company that are actually the technicians have been in their roles for 10 years plus, just with other firms. I myself have been in technology for 40 plus years, I would say to admit that, but working with big companies like Oracle and AT&T.
Okay, so just one minor question, this doesn't, and I have a couple more about actually the contract and the terms.
Sure.
You mentioned putting video screens on dais, so as opposed to, broadcasting to the wall. So we would have video screens up here.
No, ma'am, I'm sorry, that I may have misspoke. We would have two 75-inch screens, which would be facing the audience,
Okay.
and two 65-inch screens facing council. They'll be mounted up on the ceiling.
Okay, facing
Yes, ma'am.
the dais. Okay, so there, we'll be able to see the people in the audience and people in the
Correct, there'll be
audience
nothing,
see us.
yes, correct.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear that correctly. So you mentioned a 63-month lease for the equipment?
Yes.
Okay, in that 63 months, if something goes wrong, if something breaks, who is responsible for it?
There's warranties on the equipment. The equipment that we'd be getting through a distributor is definitely supported. Some of the smaller components, cables, that sort of thing would not be. Obviously, we'd have to replace those.
Okay, and I don't know, really, some of these details, so has question for Mr. Martin. When is our current IT contract up?
I believe the last time I looked at the contract, it's either a 30 or 60-day notice that we have to give them, but we are month to month at this point.
Okay, so we're month to month,
Yes.
and so we have this opportunity.
Yes.
We don't have a contract in front of us. Does Mr. Holmes have a contract yet?
He does not. Not yet.
So in terms of whatever position we're in, that question for Mr. Holmes, should we be approving the final contract before it goes into effect? No.
You obviously can't approve the contract because you haven't got one. You could indicate your desire and concept to move forward with this plan and then ask that a contract be brought back for your consideration.
That's kind of what I'm asking, because we don't have the details, and we obviously want to make sure, I don't want to sit here and ask questions forever. We just want to make sure that Mr. Martin and you feel that the terms of the contract meet the proposal, and that, you know, we feel comfortable with the cost and all that. Okay, so just approve it in concept, and
Yes, ma'am.
then the contract would come back.
I will just say in general, ma'am, that we're not here to put people in handcuffs, so the proposal that, the discussion we had would be a 1-year contract, not a typical 3-year that we sign with our commercial clients. You would have an opportunity to, not term for convenience, be able to term for a cause. So if there was something we were not solving, or we weren't meeting standards that we had set in the contract for response times and things like that, we get 30 days to cure, but beyond that, you would be able to terminate, and there'd be no penalties.
Right, and I fully trust Mr. Holmes to look out for everything that we need in that regard. Yes,
So the contract, we're going month to month,
Current contract.
right, and you don't know, we have to give them a 30-day or 60 days.
It's either 30 or 60 days notice.
Okay, so within 30 days or 60 days, once that contract is done, how quickly can you put this in?
Well, the AV is separate, that's a lease document that you signed, and then you sign that, we'll go ahead and order the equipment, typically 2 to 3 weeks to get it installed. We were going to leverage city maintenance help to be able to make sure we get the installs correctly in the ceiling, right? But all the wiring and the technical stuff we'll take care of. The IT stuff is pretty much stood up within a day.
It's kind of late. But so will you be working at the same time that we have both contracts kind of going? Is that the idea? I mean, you gotta get rid of one and then start yours?
Yes, ma'am. So we have to do a transition, and we did that with Town of Milwaukee as well. The same company was there. Just have to make the announcement. There's a period of time, he said, that they may want to move off quicker, depending where they're on your billing cycle. But we would come in, we'd run what's called a network assessment. So Put an agent to crawl through your network, will tell us every device that you have that's connected, status of those devices, the health. You know, maybe the mayor's, disk is 90% full, that's why she's running slow. So we can make recommendations.
Is that how she's running slow?
That's my day.
Has a lot
That
of-
might be. And you'd be amazed what we'll find too with city officials' information on the dark web, passwords. If you hadn't had cybersecurity running at all, you may actually, I think we found that in other places. That's typically one of the things we find when we pick up after other companies that aren't offering that service. So we'll do that in the interim time period.
There is a time frame to which they have to be connected. There's a data transfer from the cloud to their cloud of our information. That's gonna take at least, I believe 30 to 45 days total as far as closeout of everything, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I'll find out in the contract with Mr. Holmes how long and what type of letter we need to send them if this is something y'all wanna move forward with. I think one of the highlights that I had, especially for the AV room, if that's a decision y'all wanna move forward with, is that right now, currently, when we have a presenter, just like tonight, the people, our residents out there that are watching can't see the presentation. This new technology will allow them to see the presentation and the presenter at the same time. That's one thing that's very important as far as our new technology that we're gathering the minutes and such. We're listening analog through analog speakers. This is going to update all of our microphone systems to pure digital, and it's going to be able to capture it, make it much easier for our clerk as she's doing the dictation and finalization of our minutes. So I'm looking forward to moving this
I
process
should
forward.
mention, thank you, Derek, which
Yes,
is that, one of the features too that's coming with the PC that'll be controlling this is the ability to transcribe. So the meeting minutes will actually be transcribed.
Is it gonna be on AI, is that what's? I mean, is the transcriber gonna kind of do that for her, or?
Yes, it'll be taking the voice and it'll be transcribing it into print.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Commissioner Moore, you have anything? I just have a few questions. Commissioner DeVito hit on one, that when this time period is up and we have the dollar charge, making sure that the equipment's not obsolete. And also, is there an opportunity for an extended warranty on any of that to protect us? So I'd like us to look into that too, so for any of this.
I would say from my research that your digital board is the most intricate, expensive piece, and correct me if I'm wrong. The others are more or less just like LCD or LED TVs. So that's gonna be your least amount of cost. The work to put them in is gonna be tough in the beginning just because it's a tall ceiling, but the other pieces, we can take a look at that. I'd like to look at that for warranties, and if we have to pay for extra for a warranty, I would like to do that.
The other, when you said we're gonna have facing us two 65-inch screens, 65 inches is a large screen.
Mhm.
Do we need two facing us? Commissioners, do we feel like, I mean, if you have one front and center, that'll,
We
you still.
We did a measurement in the room,
Uh-huh.
ma'am, and two is gonna be optimal. If you had one, it wouldn't, you wouldn't get it done as much.
Well, you
One of them-
techies, I'm depending on you.
Okay.
We've been doing.
And then the other question I have is, and this was always with the current company that we're working with, was the licensing. And they've always told us that we own the licensing. Do we in fact own the licensing?
For the firewalls.
Yes.
I will defer that to you, sir, on the licensing. What
So
you
the firewall, we're talking about Microsoft.
Yes, Microsoft, yes.
Microsoft and
Both
firewall.
Microsoft and the firewall.
Which is, I believe the firewall is a Palo Alto firewall.
Yes,
Yes,
it
and you do own that. That's not something that we have. We support it.
Okay.
But yeah, the licensing right now, I guess, is direct to the city. In terms of the Microsoft licenses, they're being provided from your current provider. They could be provided from us as well. But yes, you will have the keys and everything for them.
Okay.
So we'll, as part of our monthly, as part of this number actually, is those licenses, 27 licenses.
And then my final question, and I spoke to you earlier about this as far as, does this have to go out to any type of a bid?
I spoke with our attorney about that. I do have sole source The thing is with this company is that everything is done in-house. I was unable to find anybody else, and I made several phone calls to be able to do all of the work under one umbrella. Originally, they were gonna do the VoIP phone as well, and none of the IT companies that we had approached would do the phone as well. Not our current, and not the ones that we talked to. So I feel very confident that this is a special one source company that can take care of our needs.
Okay, Mr. Hunt?
I explained to Derek that if in fact the unique feature of this proposal was that the company, the provider, would be providing a multiple set of services rather than piecemeal, and you could justify going with that because of the advantage of dealing with one company instead of dealing with several, then, and if he had made efforts to determine that there were no other options out there, that's the true definition of sole source. I've also been advised, though, that they do have a contract with Valaka, which you could piggyback off of, although it may not be identical to the one that you would have, because I'm not sure you provide all of the different functions of them as you would here.
We structure the contract, but it's a master agreement, so it's just all the general terms, right, that we would have, indemnity and all that kind of stuff. So then we write an ordering document under that, so it would be a separate ordering document.
So you could piggyback off of Valaka's as well.
I just want to make sure that as we go forward, because, you know, when you're letting one company go, and you're going to another company, that there's not a challenge, that we would be facing a challenge. And we could anyway.
Well, they're,
We could
as
anyway.
far as letting a company go, though, I mean, that's a separate issue from how you select the replacement company. They've got an absolute termination clause without cause, termination clause that doesn't require cause. Then terminating the old company is basically a non-issue. You can do it.
I just didn't-
Now, selecting the replacement company, that would be where your challenge would come in. Somebody has to say that they can provide all the same services and, you know, you didn't go out for bid or
Well,
didn't
and
do an RFP
that's
or
what
whatever.
I'm speaking to.
Yeah.
That would be my concern. Okay. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Could I ask one more
Yes.
question, just for clarification? I told you I really don't know much about technology. The mayor asked about the Palo Alto firewall, the licenses, we own them. So are the licenses an ongoing extra cost for us? Okay, so is this proposal, are we looking at apples to apples? The slide that showed what we are currently paying for the IT services we receive now, does that monthly cost include the cost of the licenses?
We pay those separately.
It includes the cost of Microsoft licenses specifically. Palo Alto is not in the old company's pricing either.
Okay, so we have.
And that is a one-time, I believe it's a one-time cost, annual cost that we pay for Palo Alto, that we'll continue to pay.
So I guess when this, assuming this contract comes back to us for approval, it would be very helpful to see, to make sure that we're looking at apples to apples
Yes.
in terms, for budgeting purposes.
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
And as far as what you're getting, you're getting double the amount of what we're getting now for this cost, especially when it comes to being, in compliance with NIST, which is something that we approved last year to move forward with.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is gonna come back before us when we get to our business items
Yes, it is.
for, okay. Okay. So,
Okay. Now we're gonna have Mr. Robert Taylor come and talk about our design development phase for the EMS and the fire station.
thank you.
He's come to update you. You all have in front of you this handout that I gave you. We're gonna go with his presentation. Thank you for coming, sir. Sorry. Yeah.
I'll go get one.
No.
Is that mouse book?
Okay, you got it. Thank you.
Does that work? Just the top. Yeah, that's it. Is there another one there? Well, there's. Yeah. The second one. Cool. Start with that. Okay.
It's like,
Hey, Mark. Start with that.
Oh, all right, very good. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you very much for having me tonight and giving me this opportunity to convey to you the drawings and specifications that we prepared with Crescent City Fire Station number 3. You might remember several months ago, we started out with a chart like this, and on the far left, it identifies conceptual design, which is where we began the programming phase, code research, zoning review, and things that are essential to setting up the program, the fire station. Most recently, we had a schematic design presentation where we included the preliminary site plan, building plans, some preliminary specifications, and budget information relative to the overall design of the project. That happened about a month ago, okay? Today, we're in the green section. It says the design development, and the drawings and specifications that we have tonight are voluminous to the point that it would be impossible, quite frankly, for us to go through all of that tonight. I have all those files with me, and I ran a print set of what's in there. And there's about 60 sheets of architectural drawings, civil, structural, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, fire safety, and fire alarm. I do think it would be a good idea if we could set up a workshop session, maybe later in the month, to go over this in detail. But again, time is a limited effort here, so I don't think that would be valuable time spent. All right, I had sent to City Manager Martin the outline of what I was planning to present tonight. And Derek, if you can get on with that slide, and go back to the. And go up to the top where it says Rangers, and just open that, and scroll one. You know, just the top, yeah, just one at a time.
okay.
Okay. And make it as big as you can. Good.
Click on the arrow on the side.
These architectural renderings will show you what we believe the building and site will look like. It does show a 3-bay apparatus bay. The eave height is about 16 feet. The front is the living and business quarters, parking spaces in the very front, which is off of Junction Road. About 18 parking spaces plus a handicap space. And we put in some landscaping to give you an idea of what it might look when it's landscaped. And you can keep scrolling through. That's the side view. And again, toward the front, this would be from the northeast side. The north view, flat north view, northwest, and the northwest going around the corner, west view, a bird's eye view, and another bird's eye view of the entire property. I think that's the last slide. The next thing, if you have any questions about this, please ask as we go along, and I'll try to be expeditious. Okay. So go down to the bottom. See, it says new. Yeah, open that up. This one? Yeah. And then scroll down about 2 pages. Once you get to the text. One more. That's it, okay?
In the packet that I had Mr. Martin pass out to you, highlighted some of the important parts of this. Is a geotechnical survey done by NV5. And we were aware that there might be some karst activity, sinkhole activity in this area, and didn't feel like it was significant to the point that we should pay for a 100-foot boring, but we did ask them to investigate the possibility. And I'll quickly read a paragraph here. It said, the investigation of the surrounding area did not identify significant depressional features or adjoining sites and areas observed. Additionally, there were no compelling indications of sinkhole activity within the depths explored in the borings. The FDEP Map Direct Gateway website was utilized to determine if there were nearby subsidence incidence reports near the subject site. Based on the review coordinates, no subsidence incident reports were identified within a 1.5 mile radius. The nearest identified subsidence incident report was located approximately 9 miles from the subject site. And the last sentence says, review of topographic maps did not identify compelling changes in site elevations that would warrant concern. Simply stated, we felt like that this is a prudent geotechnical exploration and report. It met the other requirements of our needs, basically site water retention, soil capabilities, compaction, and things that we would need to do to provide for the new site. The additional exploration would cost several $1,000s more, and we opted not to do that. Simply stated, I think that's the best recommendation, and unless someone says we need to spend some more money, I'm going to say that that's it. All right, Derek, you can get out of that program if you would. In your packet, if you want, I tabbed 3 pages. That was the first one. The second page is the budget near the bottom again, Derek.
Development cost?
Yeah.
Cost reduction?
No, I'm sorry. That's the last slide. It should say RET on it. Not that one. One more. Up. Yeah, that's the spreadsheet. What I did with this spreadsheet, because we were kind of paralleling what happened in the Hawthorne Fire Station, I put this together using the spreadsheet from the Hawthorne project and used their numbers. The numbers on the left basically are Hawthorne's. If you see a letter A or A, B, C, and so on, those are additional categories that our cost consultant used. Thank you, that's good. To help identify subparts of our contract. Simply stated, I think this is a detailed evaluation of the cost that we're encountering in this project. And scroll to the next page at the bottom. Okay, I highlighted some of these things in yellow. Item 33 is the subtotal for the building. And the first number you come to is 1.78 million. That was the Hawthorne Station. Our project at this stage is 2.362 million. So one of the things that Hawthorne did and Putnam County was able to do for their project, which was beneficial, they self-performed a lot of the site work. So you see in that column under 1.787, there are no numbers there. Basically, they did that. And on the far right, there are numbers in there, which is about $376,000 of cost that we're going to incur to develop the site traditionally. One of the things that we've opted to do, we think will help us save cost, is to separate the site work and utilities contract from the general contract, hoping that we can save some overhead up front. And there's a variety of other things that I'll show you in the last slide. But simply stated, at this point, the very bottom line, the Hawthorne project was about 2.213 million, and right now ours is about 2.738 million. Okay. This does not, unfortunately, include the alternates. Okay, we had 3 alternates we were trying to include. One was the apparatus bay number 3, one was an overhang on the south end of the facility, and one was a source capture system for the apparatus bay. We could leave the alternates in the contract and bid them, should the competition be better than we expect, and we can afford these alternates, then they can be included. And that's one of the benefits of doing things with an alternate. Other questions about this estimate?
Commissioner DeVito, did you have a question?
No, but there was music playing in the background and I
I
was,
think they've taken care of it.
okay, that's not fine. That's fine.
Okay, very good.
I do have one question.
Okay.
With that doesn't, coming in at that 2.738, that doesn't include dressing the inside, does it?
It includes,
With the beds and.
it doesn't include
It doesn't
furnishings
include
and
any of the
equipment.
furnishings.
No, it does
any of
not.
that.
It would include lockers, it would include a whiteboard, it would include kitchen cabinets and things like that. It would not include refrigerators
I was
and,
gonna say, what about the appliances?
Right.
Okay.
correct.
Mayor.
Yeah,
I have a question too.
yes.
So my understanding was that by exempting or removing the items that were removed, site work items and other items of that nature, you're simply indicating that we would go out for separate contracts on those items like domestic water, sanitary sewer, dumpster gates, paved markings, et cetera. We would be going out, the city would be going out for a contract on those.
Alex Akery is our civil consultant, and he and I would bid that as a separate entity, could be bid simultaneously with the general contract. The upside of that is that the general contractor would not have to pay for and coordinate the site work contractor. There is a downside, and that's we would rely on the city to help coordinate those two projects as we go through.
So the general contractor wouldn't get his cut, so to speak. That's not the most technical term to use, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
If it wasn't bid through the GC, then he's not getting his profit and overhead cut off of that. Downside is he hadn't coordinated it either.
That's right.
Somebody else is gonna have to.
That's right.
And who's that gonna be?
Well, I was talking to City Manager Martin about being our liaison in that respect, and I would certainly be on board as well. So, but,
And then one final question,
yes,
and I know nothing is written in stone in this regard, but how confident are you of the numbers that are there since they aren't produced, and I'm talking about those that he's outlined in blue. Those aren't produced through a bid, through an actual bid process that you already have in hand. So those are estimates, right? How confident are you in that?
I'd say reasonably confident. I hired Steve Black as the consultant. He has an estimating company as well as he is a general contractor. So he's tempered with reality.
Gotcha.
So, and again, it's not hard and fast. If the commission decides that it's better to combine them and simplify some of the coordination, that can easily be done at this stage. But I think the decision would have to be done soon.
But where we are now, we're not gonna have the third apparatus bay, and we won't have basically the overhang that was also going to help with the storage of those vehicles that were not going into that, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Those two things were included as an alternate unless the bids are substantially more competitive than we see right now. We wouldn't be able to afford them. As a matter of fact, we're still looking for cost savings. I'm trying to get about $200,000 more out of this bid. And our consultants and I have created a list. There's several dozen things that we've considered to reduce costs. And that's one of the things I'd like to share with the Crescent City leadership team. You know, I'm an architect, designer, creator, and so on. And one of my obligations is to bring the building to you in the budget. One of the responses on your part is I've got to have certain things. And between your program requirements, which are mandatory, and the budget, which is also a limiting factor, we have to do the best with what we have. Currently, I have two meetings potentially established. One is on the 14th of July with Leo Waitson, Chief Building Official, Putnam County, and his associate, Clue Wright, who is the Fire Marshal. And I've invited Mr. Martin. I don't know if he'll be able to come. And the Fire Chief, I don't know that he'll be able to come. But these things I like to do so that I can get a one-to-one on some of these kind of technical issues, you know? And it's, I think it's going to happen. I'm happy that we'll be able to sit down with them. There are several things I saw at Hawthorne Fire Station, that I would like to take advantage of, okay?
So can I have one more question?
Absolutely.
So I understand the savings theoretically by keeping the GC out of the process of those particular items. But I guess my question is, normally in a contract of this nature, the GC is responsible for satisfying a process by which he achieves what he thinks is the lowest and best bid, right? So if the GC's out of it, then that means the city's going to have to go out for bid on all those items?
I would ask a site work contractor to bid all these parts. You wouldn't have to, or the city wouldn't have to go out and seek individual bids. The site work and utility contractor will be responsible for all these parts. In the documents, there's a separate set of drawings prepared by Alex Acree, and Mr. Martin can pull that up if you wanted to look more closely at the civil parts. But we've talked about bidding this as a separate item, and I think it can be.
The site work contractor.
Yes, it's site
So in
work.
other words, you'll have a GC, the GC's responsibility is one to include those items that were highlighted, but you'd have a site work contractor who you would bid those items to.
That were in blue.
They were in blue.
Yes,
I got you.
and hopefully his total would be less than the 3.87 that we had.
Yes.
Okay. These are the drawings Mr. Martin has pulled up. And these are civil drawings that show, this is a demolition drawing. And you see in the upper corner, there's a little shaded area, which is that concrete slab. And I had talked to Mr. Martin and the fire chief about using their crew perhaps to do some of this demolition. And there's piles of dirt on the right-hand side or on the east side, and there's some tree debris. If the city could get that removed, then the contractor wouldn't have to do it. And I'm of the opinion that these costs could be paid for by the grant, because it's a direct related expense to the grant. I don't know if Mr. Martin's had a chance to check that out.
I verified it, it can.
Sir?
It can, I verified it.
Good. So that type of thing can be done without overhead and profit. You can rent the equipment. Our chief said that he had men and capabilities to do some of that demolition and haul it off at another location. And that would reduce some of those site costs, because there is some demolition costs. Okay? The drawing that Mr. Martin has pulled up now is a developed site. The Junction Road is at the top of the sheet. There are two driveways that come into the building, 18 parking spaces, one handicap space. The building in the center, the front half is roughly the living area and the business area, and the back portion is two apparatus bays, and the very lowest portion is the third apparatus bay, and the one dashed in where Mr. Martin is circulating now is the overhang. The south apparatus bay and the overhang are two of the alternates, okay?
What are those priced at? What would those price out at? What would those add to the project?
Let's see, we have that total. I think the apparatus bay came in around 300,000. Let's see, and the overhang was about 200,000. It's in the detail.
The overhang was 200,000?
I'm sorry.
The overhang was 200,000?
Right, yeah, and I'm not certain he had that number correct. So,
Aren't we, isn't that similar to, wouldn't that be similar to like a carport?
well, it's gonna be 16 feet high. It's gonna be rigid frame like the rest of the building. The roof will be similar. It's just an open bay. is what-
Yeah, but
The cost per square foot should be significantly lower than the cost with the build out in the building. I haven't seen all of the numbers yet, but I want to work with his estimator to look at the actual quantities, because that's important to look at based on the price, and I can see what the price per square foot is. So we haven't quite got there yet.
So, the metal building price for the alternate one was $80,500. The metal building price for the overhang was $64,000, but there's concrete involved, and then electrical, some plumbing, and some other fire protection. So you have to add up all the parts to get to the total number. I can get that for you, I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay, that's fine.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
And a comment.
Anything else?
Did I, Mike, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Revere.
Yes, did I hear you say that you thought it would be beneficial to schedule a workshop with us on the plans? Did I hear you say that you would like to have a workshop with the commission or?
Yeah, well, I'd like to have a workshop with the people who are interested in finding out more about the drawings and the specifications and what we're planning to do. Yes, I think that'd be great.
Okay, so, I mean, does that mean the general public, the staff, the commission, or combination of?
I think if we had a wealth of people, we probably wouldn't get through very much. I'd
Okay,
like to focus on what we do. I will bring certain, like my MPE consultant, I bring my Alex Akery, the civil consultant, and Patrick Rose, the structures, and me. So there'd be 4 of us, and then Mr. Martin, and perhaps the fire chief, and anybody else from the city that could go ahead.
And I don't mean to keep talking about price, but price is so sensitive to the town because our budget is so tight.
Yes.
We all know of the volatility right now that exists.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably know it better than I do in the construction industry, but from what I hear from clients, it's a educated guess as to what something's gonna cost next week, let alone 6 months from now.
Yeah.
That's why, so my question is, would it be at all beneficial to have your estimator there too?
Sure, yeah, I could ask you to come. And I want to follow up your comment, Mr. Holmes. The calculation between what the project costs for Hawthorne, 2.2 million, and ours at 2.7 million, is about a 25% increase, about 24 more practically. And I asked Steve, I said, why did this go up so much? Because we projected a cost and we were looking at around $300 a foot, now it's $400 a foot. The war, tariffs, gas, it's just a difficult situation, as Mr. Holmes said.
I understand it is.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure they're in a position so they understand what they're gonna do if they end up
It gets worse.
$300,000 short.
Well, and that's something that we've had that conversation since the get-go. Not a penny over,
And believe me, I'm looking for a couple $100,000 more.
not.
Yeah, and I think that we've got some good suggestions on how to cut the costs, and they're not capricious. I mean, the quality will still be there, but maybe a little cheaper CAD or a little different design here and there. And I'm amenable to a design change. My structural engineer and I talked about the front of the building in Hawthorne was designed and pre-engineered on the building. Patrick's, the structural guy, says we can consider that in wood frame. It would change the type of building. Right now, it's a type 2B, which is a non-combustible building, very nice, steel studs. If we go to wood frame, it would be a 5B, a little lower classification. The importance in the building classification has to do with how many square feet and how high you can build a building. Well, this is not a skyscraper and it's not a huge structure, so it'd be well within the bounds of a type 5B if we opted to do that. If we could save $100,000, I'd be doing that. So those are the kinds of decisions we're looking at.
Are there components of the building, I mean, I don't know how the commission feels about making that sort of change, but are there components of the building that could be essentially left unfinished with the understanding that they could be finished later without affecting the overall integrity or concept of the structure or of the project? For instance, the parking lot, just as an example. Is that, I'm just, if they get to the point where prices go up and unless they have more money somewhere, and I don't know whether you do or you don't, if you got a rainy day fund somewhere where you can pull another couple $100,000 out, then that's just a moot point. But if they don't, I'm just trying to help them come up with some contingencies so that they'll still end up with a building that they want, but they may have to work on getting it a little bit later than they had planned because of having to add some, whatever it might be, whether it be cabinets on the interior, whether it might be it would appear to me that the most important part would be to get the structure that they want, of the quality that they want, and if they have to add, some of the accessories later, that might be something that they could do and still have
I
the.
had the same, I was gonna offer that up too, if you could leave, there's certain things that could be leave for later. You know what I mean? You need the excellent structure, you need what you need. But then, like he said, the parking lot, the cleaners, what, all the little other details that might, we could probably, wait, and do at a later date,
Yes.
as money trickles in, I guess.
It's interesting you mentioned the parking lot. Crescent City's zoning ordinance allows grass parking in some instances, and we discussed that. And the decision was made that we needed to pave 18 spaces. But it's conceivable that we could get by with fewer spaces being paved.
That if you told the person who decided that they were losing all of this, they might reconsider that parking lot.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things Steve said, as we learn more about the project, then numbers become more definitive. I mean, it's bad. At the beginning, when we were talking about the price, all we were doing is wild guesses. Now we've got drawings and specifications and numerous drawings and specifications from every discipline where you can get much closer to what reality is. There's a number in here that I was frustrated by, the overhead doors. For the overhead doors on our project, we're talking about $165,000. That would be all 6 apparatus doors. And the one in Hawthorne was $80-some thousand. I called the guy up and said, why is it so high? And he said, well, motor prices went up 25%, metal's going up 15%, and we're trying to give you a little cushion in your budget, Well, I think that's okay, but if the cushion doesn't come back at bid time, we'll get in problems. So,
Well, my only concern, and I guess we're gonna have to explore this too with the state, is that if we hold off on finishing some of the finishings on the inside, is that acceptable? That knowing that it wouldn't be a completed project, and would that be acceptable?
And
So
that,
that's, yes.
that is gonna come up if we're trying to get a CO, that's something that's gonna have to be negotiated with the county. As far as the work that has to be done and the payments that are gonna be made, we have a time frame, and that time frame can't be extended. So whatever, even if we're going to extend it, which means we would have to go quicker to procurement and try to get this started, that time clock's already started. So that extension can only go so far.
So, given where we are currently with the war, and not knowing what's happening with pricing, how much time, once we get past the December deadline, how much time do we have then until we have to start construction?
I'm thinking we got till December of 27.
So when
But
we
To
see
start
this,
construction or complete?
I think it's to sign the contracts, okay? But I'm hoping to get this project bid before the end of the year, and ideally awarded before the end of the year. Traditionally, prices go up at the end of the year, and then November and December are difficult months for bidding because of the holidays. So every day counts, every day counts.
well, I'm just wondering, the only thing I'm thinking of is supplies. If we get to a point we feel like we need to hold off, that supplies have escalated, and if they might come back down, that's just something that, make sure that we have those solid timelines so that we don't miss one.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, your asphalt material is your most volatile because it's fuel and it's the stone.
Yeah.
And so whatever's going on in the world, whether China buys up stone or whether fuel goes up, that asphalt's and if you look at the cost, that's your biggest cost. The parking lot itself is not the heavy cost, it's the drives. Those drives those are substantial drives for the weight of the truck. I was gonna ask if there was any alternative long-term material that could be used rather than asphalt, because you have a heavy base underneath it.
Yeah,
And then you
to
have
because-
thick asphalt, so.
And the other thing, if you're dealing with asphalt, and parking any vehicles on top of that for any given length of time during the heat.
Oh, yeah.
So you have a problem with that too,
Yeah.
so,
But these are questions that are not gonna be able to be answered tonight.
no.
No.
So probably we do need to schedule a workshop
Yes.
just to kind of, whenever you feel that you both have a really good handle on this.
Currently, those drives are specified to be concrete,
Okay.
and they're 6 inches deep.
Okay.
The
Okay,
pad closest to the apparatus bay is 8 inches thick, because we anticipate more riding and turning and so on.
It's just the parking lot.
Just parking lot
The
asphalt.
parking lot is asphalt.
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have other questions, I have one other slide I want
okay.
to show to you and Derek. At the very bottom, it should say the cost.
Reduction strategies.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, can you blow that up a little bit?
I can.
Okay. Now this, Steve Black and I were talking and I said, Steve, what can we do to make this price better, more competitive, cheaper? And you see the first thing, it says owner direct purchase, ODP, or owner furnished contractor install, OFCI. So he's identified site work, self-perform. We may or may not be able to do that. We talked about that already. Lift station, owner furnished contractor install, grease interceptor, OFCI, pre-engineered metal building, owner direct purchase. If you direct purchase something like a building and it costs $400,000, you save 7%. You just save $28,000. And those are practical options. Source capture system as an option, and he's thinking it could be an owner direct purchase. Well, we could look at that. Lighting package, the generator's already owner furnished contractor installed. Washer, dryer, and extractors are owner furnished. And it could be direct purchase too, so. He's talking about reducing the paving, both the concrete and the asphalt, reduce the trench drains. What we've done, we talked to Fire Chief Ranger, and he said that they use an absorbent to pick up any spills. So if they continue to use an absorbent, we think we can do that instead of having to have grease collectors and things, which are quite expensive. Confirm the retention ponds are designed for the base bid, and we'll make sure that. We just got the geotechnical report, which is what the civil guy needs to do to design the retention pond. He's talking about gravity flow for the sewer, and by his calculations, it looks practical. The thing that would concern me is if you're injecting material into a force main and it's under pressure, your stuff has to be under pressure too, typically with a check valve, so it goes one way. We'll talk about it. We'll see if that's realistic. I just don't know. Eliminate interior curb and gutter and slope landscape areas to drain across the asphalt drives. We're going to do as much of that as we can. That's a two-edged sword. When the asphalt is not protected from water infiltration, it erodes more rapidly. Okay? Architectural reclass, this is what we talked about, changing it to a type 5B non-sprinkler, which is wood frame. And 2 or 3 of us, Patrick and Steve and I have all talked about this. And remember, we started with the ambulance station as wood frame.
We're gonna do a wood frame.
So, but the apparatus bay with its high bay and necessary clear column space, we think that's the best structure. So maybe a hybrid is the most economical. Eliminate the faux masonry, that's not a big deal. He talked about metal sheathing and some other little subtleties in there. Mechanical, get rid of the source capture system and use fans. And the mechanical consultant and I talked about that. Simplify the pre-engineered metal building roof engineering that eliminates roof penetrations. We always try to do that. So, Buy American, I don't know, Derek, if we're bound by Buy American. If we're not, then that will save us a little bit of money because we can buy whatever we need. That was a big deal several years back. Generator for essential systems only. Right now, we're talking about a whole building generator. Okay. And again, I think with the fire chief, we investigated that with the ambulance station, and we can have an essential services it's just nice to have everything on that generator. So that's just Steve's ideas. I've gotten other ideas from other consultants, and that will be part of what we talk about in the workshop.
Okay. So what do you need from us this evening, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Derek. I know you're short on time, and it's interesting, we saw very little of the building except for the renters, but I would like to have your approval to proceed into the next phase. What that does, that allows us to continue to work expeditiously. I would hope that we could get from here to the end of the construction document phase in 3 months. Okay? So we're mid-July, mid-August, mid-September, mid-October, maybe the end of October. If we could do that, in September, go out for bids, and get them back at the end of September, early November, we have a much better chance of getting this project awarded before the end of the year. That's my goal.
So where's that fall on this?
Very important.
With no times and no dates.
Oh, yes, there's no times, of course, because the size of the project can be bigger or small.
I understand, he's asking to get to this point. That's what I'm talking about. What point are you actually talking about?
Do you think you want to do this before we have our workshop?
If you can vote during the workshop meeting, right now,
We could do a special meeting and not call it a workshop,
yeah,
but we could do a special meeting. That's the pleasure of the commission.
my consultants can be here on the 24th and the 25th, or the 23rd and 24th, is that right? Yeah, 23rd and 24th. And I think, Derek, you have those days available?
I will be here, but I have others that will not be available.
We won't. Reservation on Main Street.
I was coming back midweek. But
No, 2 of us won't be here.
Yeah.
Won't be here.
Well, if Derek's not gonna be able to attend, the first part of the week is still available to me. I moved it to the latter part of the week, so we can.
I will be here, but I have 2 commissioners that won't if we're having a special meeting.
Okay.
Right. So the 20th, what is everybody doing on the 20th?
We can do the 20th. We're leaving on the 21st.
Okay,
I can do the 20th, 21st, 22nd.
okay,
Not
can
the
we,
23rd.
let's do the 20th, can we do the 20th?
Okay, Mayor, I've got to get into July, I'm sorry.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
calendar is not cooperating.
We'd like to do it.
Okay, so we're talking about Monday, July 20th?
Yeah.
Yes, I can do that day, preferably not first thing in the morning. Is it possible to do it late morning? Does that work?
Do it 11 o'clock,
I can do, yes,
11 o'clock.
that's the 20th, Monday, 11
We're gonna
o'clock.
advertise that as a special meeting,
Yes.
Madam Clerk? Mr. Martin, will you check with the chief and make sure he's available?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
And we'll meet in the commission meeting room?
Yes, sir. 11 o'clock.
Now, this flash drive has all the drawings on it at the design development stage. There's another method. We can print these little drawings, or we can look at it on the screen. What would you prefer to do?
Well, that's whatever the commission decides. I definitely am not a look it up on the screen, but I can, but.
I'm sorry.
But I don't also need, I've already got this much paper in the fire station.
We're killing a lot of trees.
I know, and I've got a lot of, I already have this from the earlier meetings and all, that I've got a lot of paper on the fire station. So it's, Derek, if you'll work that out.
I will.
Let's work that, you work that out.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
work that out. Okay.
So we'll wait till the 20th?
See you on the 20th. Yes, sir,
I'll
11
be
o'clock.
satisfied with that.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We
Yes,
appreciate it.
ma'am.
I was gonna add windows, but golly, now I can't add any more windows. Can't afford more windows. I was a little concerned of the natural light. They don't have a whole lot of natural light in there.
There's 3 windows in
So what will the hurricane rating of this structure
there.
be?
147 miles an hour. It's a 4, category 4 structure, which is a substantial structure. In the building code, they have 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the top. It's supposed to be there after a hurricane.
If you design it with the metal.
Yes, metal building and or wood frame.
With Frank Wood too?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it should be both.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioners and Mayor.
You're welcome to take cake with you. You're welcome to take cake with you.
It's okay.
Okay, next up,
Flash right back, sure.
Major
Thank
Usher.
Thank
Going to go into our sheriff's report. Yeah, Mark.
Stephen? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Looks like the fourth went off well with the fireworks. I guess the parks, I've been speaking to, Derek, and he, told me that the parks were cleaned up this time. There was no trash left in the fireworks, and there really no incident. It was funny that through the whole weekend, there was only 36 calls for service on a holiday weekend like that. So with everything going on, that was a win.
Yeah, it's actually.
And 3/4 of those calls were for actual police or proactive police interactions with traffic stops. So they were hopefully slowing everybody down. Get into our report, unless you guys have anything else on the forefront. We had 3 thefts. One of those was at 527 Palmetto Avenue. A go-kart and scooter was stolen. Just after that happened, they caught a juvenile riding said go-kart, and he is being charged with said theft. We don't know where the scooter is yet. We can't find it. Next one, Miss Mander decided she was gonna steal some things from Dollar General. Deputies found her around the corner, found her with the stolen items, and she was arrested. Same at 915 North Summit Street, Stephen Weiss was caught taking items from Family Dollar. Same thing, deputy get the call, find her out on the road, and did what they had to do. So that was a win with all closed cases.
Can I go back to with the juvenile?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that being dealt with? Because we had that conversation at the last meeting with our juveniles and making sure that we're,
Depending on what their record looks like, they usually, we err on the side of caution, and we give them a juvenile citation if it's all else possible, and it's deferred for prosecution. If they don't answer to said picking up trash on the side of the road or whatever we're having them do, then the charges go to the state attorney's office.
okay, when you're done, let's go back to that community service. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Traffic crashes, 2, some we've lived this, vehicle pulled out in front of another one, not paying attention. And the second one here was at Prospect in Florida. A vehicle came through the intersection, the vehicle ran the stop sign and T-boned the car in that intersection. Luckily, these were, very minor damage. General activity, you had 262 calls for service, 37 of those being traffic stops, 2 traffic accidents, 20 total reports, 12 arrests, and 2 people were given charges for the state attorney's office. There's your current 6-month crimes comparison. About a 70% decrease, going from 5 to 3. We have still not located Mr. Addison yet, so we are still actively, we believe where he is at right now, which if he would please, Mr. Addison, if you stay there, we'd appreciate it. And we, as soon as we can get our hands on him, we'll
Take care.
do so. Yes.
Commissioners,
And
okay.
for that, that's all I have.
Do you have any questions on the major? No questions? Community service, you mentioned that about the community service.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are they doing this community service? Because we could use some community service here in Crescent City, and I think, especially if you're a juvenile, that it might benefit us if other juveniles are seeing them out there, or their peers are seeing them out there having to serve community service in their community and not somewhere else for crimes that they've committed.
Yes, so depending, normally we get those requests from the community, as it would be for Crescent City or wherever. That's what I would ask.
Okay?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of kids that are involved in these things. Again, they're children. We have to make sure that we take care of these guys really good, so they don't get overheated out here, things like that. So that's things we have to consider. And also, we gotta consider drive time, because they're coming from the sheriff's office, that's about 2 hours wasted of drive time, just coming back and forth, but no excuses, that's gonna be my request, that these individuals come down here because of what is going on and see what we can do.
Well, I mean, I don't know, commissioners, do you, I just think that, you know, others see you out there, it maybe, we have an opportunity to make them know that they've done wrong and to turn and go in a different direction in their life.
Absolutely, especially being seen in your hometown,
Yeah.
kind of embarrassing, remember they used to do the
That's
signs in
what
front
I'm
of
saying,
Walmart,
yeah,
don't be like me,
because you have to wear, don't you have to wear the vest and the,
I'd rather do jail time.
yeah. I know, well, I'm out there, when I go out there, I've always worried, you know, that somebody's gonna think that I have community service, because you got the vest on, you know? I'm just saying, you know, it's just, that's just, people notice that, and they need to, others need to see what's happening. Because
Absolutely.
we need to get their attention, and we won't tolerate that here in Crescent City. Okay, thank you.
But with 100% success rate on our criminal activity that we had before.
Yes, you, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate that, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
We have no other questions?
Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
for keeping, I walked out, but the city did real well during 4th of July. Thank you for your cooperation with that.
You didn't have to pick up trash all
We did, I did not have to go out there the next day. I was so thankful. Ronnie was out there. He called me at 7 o'clock in the morning. Old habits die hard. Okay. Well, with that, we're going to go into our CRA. If everyone needs a break right now, we'll take a couple of minutes and take a break. I'm going to recess this regular scheduled meeting. And then when we come back, we'll open up our CRA. And Rita, thank you. You're an angel.
Oh, yeah, I do too, because I don't think it's awful.
Good to see you. You're an angel. At all. Today is Steve's birthday. Please don't let me forget to say something to him.
Oh, Steve Conklin?
Yeah.
I don't know, you can
You can go to the side.
I got you.
Shutting that off down. So I will basically,
This way, so I don't get too blinded.
Last time, sometime in August.
Always.
Last I heard. Yeah, they had a little delay there, but midsummer, but last I heard, it was like.
Once they really get into
So not. Yeah, because it started and it stopped.
Larry, can you hit the mic second?
I mean, we're just talking about.
We are now opening up our CRA portion of the meeting. And we're going to start with, Mr. Martin, do you want to start with this? I think we've got the Bike Fest.
Yes, we'd like to have Bike Fest and the representatives that are going to propose for request for the alcohol road closures come. Christina Marie, thank you.
Hello, Christina.
Good evening, everyone. So the partnership has applied for 2 events. The first one we'll talk about is Bike Fest. It'll be the 2nd annual Bike Fest. Last year, I'm sure all of you remember, it was one of the, it was actually the partnership's biggest event since the organization started, yielding approximately 5,000 people attend. We're asking for permission to hold the event again and close Central Avenue from Lake Street to Summit, so that we can have vendors staged along Central Avenue and the bikes. And then we'll also need Market Square because we'll have music and vendors there as well.
just like we did last year?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
And we would also like to request approval that we are able to sell alcohol. We'd like to have 2 booths, one at Market Square and one on Central, just as they did last year. And this is for fundraising purposes for the partnership. As a nonprofit, we're allowed 12 temporary alcohol permits per year. And it's a great way for us to make money. Last year, they raised $5,500 just on alcohol alone with this event. So we ask you to please consider approving that for us.
Is that it for the Bike Fest?
Actually, this year, we would like to, the Central Florida Motorcycle Drill Team reached out to us, and they'd like to do an opening ceremony of sorts, a mini parade, kind of open up the event. We would like to start them over in the Dexter Beach area, let them stage there, and run them down Grand Rondo and up Central from the west side, crossing Summit and across to the east side. So it's, and we're also gonna try to get the march, a high school band involved, but we at least want these, it's approximately half a dozen motorcycles, 5 motorcycles. They carry flags and they do a presentation, and we'd like to just have that to kick off the day. We think it would be a nice touch. The theme of the event is the, the anniversary of our country. So it's, the flags would be very appropriate.
So they only want to go, so they don't want to be on Summit, they want to be.
Originally, we did discuss that to do our standard parade route as the Catfish and for the holidays. But we think for this event, since it's centralized on Central Avenue, that it could be a nice flow to come right up Central, and we could avoid having to shut 17 down for that little bit of time, just something different. Again, it's just gonna be this, a motorcycle drill team and probably, hopefully a marching band or something to that effect. We won't have a ton of floats or anything too extensive. Again, it's just to kick off the day.
And you're gonna do that at what time?
That would be when the event starts, 10 to 6 is what we're proposing. Of course, we would need to shut the road down earlier so that we could stage the vendors accordingly.
And we would be shutting down Grand Rondo, is that it? Grand Rondo and.
Just while we're doing this procession of sorts with these bikes. So we would maybe need 15 minutes from Grand Rondo from the west end of Central. We would work with our sheriff's department and our volunteers to have the road, people, helping cross the road. We would be mindful of Mr. Irwin's parking. I spoke to Mr. Irwin earlier today, and I'm going to keep him completely in the loop of whatever may be going on at that side. Right now, it's just the motorcycles is what we're asking for, that procession to be able to proceed down there. Alternatively, if you prefer, we could certainly ask you for the standard parade route, but we thought it would simplify things and would be more appropriate for this event and easier on our law enforcement.
Okay, what time is that gonna be again? I'm sorry.
The event is 10 to 6, so we'd like to have that parade in the morning at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
And I'm calling it a parade, but again, it's for lack of a better
Procession, it's a
term.
procession.
Procession, yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
shouldn't that really be under our ordinance in a separate application? I mean, this is what, July? I'm just not very comfortable saying, okay, this is technically under our ordinance, supposed to have an application to the city staff, and then it's supposed to come to us. I mean, I'm not really sure why it would just be presented verbally. There's.
It's on the application.
It's on the.
Yeah, it's on the application, but
Well,
it's,
I know, but this just got.
To be quite honest with you, Commission, it's something that just came up today when we had an event meeting earlier. It's a bit impromptu, but we just wanted to, at least if we need to present it to you another way, we're okay with bringing it back to you next month. But we would like at least approval for the east part of Central, just as we did last year, for the event itself, so that we could move forward with applying for our alcohol permit and everything. If you'd like me to submit a separate application for this parade, I can do so.
My understanding is that the whole reason you're coming early anyway, is because you need to secure them to be able to do this parade. And so you have to be able to give them, ample time And so, or you need ample time so that you can reach out to them and secure them. Because we're only talking a little over 3 months.
Yes, and they are coming, from, I believe, the Ocala areas where they're based out of. And, they're also gonna stay for the day for the event, and they're gonna be doing 1-hour presentations throughout the day for motorcycle safety and, a drop presentation, which for bikers, if they drop their bike, the proper way to pick it up and things like that. So they will be at our event all day. And I think they're bringing a lot to it. And they asked, this was their idea, they came to us, we thought it was a great fit. So again, procedurally speaking, if I need to bring it forward another way, we can, but for the sake of time, if you could approve it, that would help us.
Everything else though that you're asking us for is pretty much exactly as last year's application and permit.
Mhm.
Okay.
So the only thing is parade.
Which is a rolling
Procession.
parade,
Yeah.
the procession, so it's a rolling procession. So you'd start it at Dexter, correct?
That's what we're doing.
So we would have to, they'd have to close down that, and really, you would really only have to probably close down, would you close down both lanes or one lane? Just for that,
I would just.
The least
close down
amount of
streets, quite
traffic,
frankly,
yeah.
and just
Yeah.
get it done, because I think it'd be quick.
Yes, it's gonna be very quick, and, again,
So we might want to put cones along Florida and all the streets that kind of run in there, for that 15 minutes or so. So the only place where you definitely need a stop is right here on Summit as they cross Summit, correct?
yes, we would need
that's something our deputies and the fire
fire
department
to
can
help
help
us with
with.
crossing the, 17.
Well, I agree that we probably need just a little more than what you got down here.
Okay.
But is time of the essence here,
I believe-
or is it?
When do we have to let the drill team know?
I mean,
Girl
we're-
team is
already on board.
Okay,
The
That's
drill
fine.
team, the Central Florida drill team, I've already met with the captain, sorry, Anna Finley. And he is already prepared to have his team here. We originally talked about they would stage at the bank and do the normal route, but he is gonna do whatever we ask, whatever you will allow us to do. And they actually will be about 6 of them, with the flags, because their whole drill team, they cannot do their program.
Right.
We don't have 200 feet by whatever. I'd have to use Save-A-Lot, nobody's gonna go there.
Okay.
So, not Save-A-Lot, but the parking lot. So they're already prepared. I've met with the captain, and they came, like, Christina said, they reached out to us. They used to do the Azalea Festival in Palaka. So
Well, I don't have any
Yeah.
qualms about it. I just think that.
there is, for time, we're good. We can come back to you in August, that's not a thing.
Okay, because I just think it needs to be written correctly, where the things have to stop.
In a map.
When you're stopping and
Okay.
going, those kinds of things. I don't, a little map,
oh, no problem.
And if you want, I want little motorcycle drivers.
We can have those icons there.
Okay, I like that. But
Okay,
anyway, that's all we really need, it's just, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito. Yeah, so are we at the point where could use a motion? Are we gonna do these together or?
we're gonna do them separate.
We're doing separate.
I just separated them out, we're doing them separate.
So if it's in order, I would make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we approve the application of the downtown partnership for the Crescent City Bike Fest on October 24th of this year, with the understanding that the parade or procession will be approved under its own permit at a later time. Pardon? Oh, and they're allowed to, right, well, does the permit ask for alcohol?
It does, so that you might want to, if you would include that in your motion, please.
Right, and including the approval of the alcohol sales requested at the 2 sites. Market Square and on Central, which you asked for. Yes.
I'll second that.
So we have a proper motion by Commissioner DeVito to approve the Bike Fest application, excluding the parade at this time, to come to us at a later time. And we have a second by Commissioner Lori. Do we have any further discussion? Do we have any public comment on this? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Meyer.
Aye.
So moved.
So approved. Let's move on to Fall Fest.
Thank you. So you'll see there's a request for, or an application for Fall Fest. It's gonna be basically the same like we've done for the past 4 or 5 years. We would like to use Market Square. We plan to have live music, maybe pumpkin patch. We're hoping to have a cruise in with our local car club and an array of vendors and food trucks. We ask for your approval to use Market Square.
But you're not closing down any roads for this. It's just
No.
the usual Fall Fest.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's no alcohol sales.
And there's no alcohol sales.
There's no alcohol sales, but, right, there was a meeting today where it was suggested by some of the committee members that maybe we should sell alcohol as a fundraiser, but, right now, I'll bring that forward next month if we decide to do that, but right now, we would just like to get approval to use the site.
I move that we approve the Crescent City Downtown Partnerships application for Fall Fest, September 19th.
I'll second that.
So we have a proper motion by Commissioner Lori, and a second by Commissioner DeVito, Commissioner Burton, sorry about that. Commissioner Burton to approve the Fall Fest. Do we have any further discussion on this? Any public comment? If not, Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Approved. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, so now we're gonna go over our CRA grant program.
Please, let me ask you,
Yes.
the commission, so we've got this sign, that's also with the Crescent City Downtown Partnership. So do we want to take that out of order at this time, since they're still here? And because this other might take a little while. Commission's okay with taking it out of order? Sorry to mess you up, yes.
I don't have any,
Minister.
I don't have any paperwork on the sign.
Minister.
I don't,
It's in the agenda and I have the renderings here and the gentleman is here to discuss
Yeah.
the sign.
It's in the agenda.
on the agenda. What?
It's on the agenda, so I think we're
Good.
I was saying that.
You blame me for it, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. It's- Last month, you asked me to work with this individual to look at the renderings of the sign. This is the latest renderings of that sign. And also Downtown Partnership is here to speak about the sign as well. Go ahead.
Well, we weren't really prepared to speak about this topic, but just to give you a little briefing, Mr. Steve from Big Dogs Graphics approached us a few months ago, offered to donate a sign for the downtown. And I guess we're at the point where we're here to finalize the design. And so we're not really sure. We're not really sure where we are with this sign, to be quite honest with you. We weren't seeking a sign. Mr. Henning came to us, offered the sign at no charge. Now there's apparently a charge. We're willing to work with him, but we're just we're not sure what to speak on right now. I guess you all are to approve the design, and I'm sorry, we're ill prepared for this, we weren't, planning.
Have you
on this.
seen
It's
it?
a little
Have you seen
confusing
it?
to us.
Have you seen the design?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess basically this came before us before, and it was to put it on the property over what we all refer to as Market Square. And first off, very appreciative that they're wanting to invest here in Crescent City and to help you out, help the city out.
So how much does he want to do this now? When you presented it the first time, it was 0, and now what is it,
That's what my assumption was last month, but it's $400 now.
$400? Okay.
$400 for the city or?
The partnership would pay $400. Mr. Henning has an investment of approximately $400 to $600 is my understanding. And last I heard at our partnership board meeting that the city would potentially contribute $400.
And that's been updated since then. Mr. Henny, the city will have no cost out of our pocket for it at this time. But you guys, yes.
Right. The other thing that was discussed, if I remember correctly, and I don't need to jump in here, but usually I don't say anything, so I guess I will. We discussed, we want to sell that piece of property. So we also needed something to say that this is for sale. I mean, what you're doing is taking our for sale sign down, right, and putting this sign up. Is that correct?
Well, we really don't have to use that sign. We're just trying to do that really for the sake of simplicity since that structure was there. Ideally, in our downtown, it would be nice to have a separate sign that says, welcome to downtown. These are the upcoming events. Whether or not this design is to your liking or not, I don't know. That's for, for you all to decide. I'm not sure. It doesn't have to be on them. That sign could be activated and you could put a for sale sign on it as property should be and on LoopNet, et cetera. And we could just have a welcome to the historic downtown sign.
We would need the utility people to put up our sign, I don't think we have.
Well, we would have to
Yeah.
have the sign installed and
So,
This is going to go that way, that would be a cost.
I talked to Mr. Martin about this because we also talked about if we're going to sell that property, that he needed to put out whatever RFP and RFQ, however he wanted to do it, and that we get as a real estate agent that would do that. Now, they would not want our number on that. They would, of course, want their number on it, so all contacts would go to them. So they would erect their own sign for sale, I would think.
Correct.
That they should. Ultimately, I don't know that you can barely even read the sign that we have out there, so it really hasn't been beneficial to us. But that was my thinking is that, I don't know that we want to put, for sale on this. I think that's a whole nother issue that we need to address, that if we want to be aggressive with that and selling that, then we need to hire somebody to take care of doing that. So, yes, Commissioner DeVito?
I'm concerned about our time, and I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that the sign idea, which is a great idea, seemed to originate with the partnership, but they don't seem 100% comfortable with endorsing or making a final decision on this right now. Am I reading this right?
we think the sign is a great idea. We're very grateful to Big Dogs Graphic for stepping forward and wanting to be involved in our community and offering their services.
Right.
And I'm not sure where we're supposed to go from here. This sign is Mr. Henning's design, not ours.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? Would you like a little time to discuss the design and make your own recommendations? Is that what you're saying?
If you guys like the sign, it's great. Pick that sign.
If you'd like to give us more time, maybe we should ask Mr. Henning, if you'd like to say anything. We're not sure what the timeline is that we're dealing with. Maybe it's best that we bring it back to you next month when we have a clear finalized draft of it and we're a little more prepared to speak on it. I wasn't aware it was on the agenda tonight. I apologize.
And my advice too was to Mr. Hayes to have a memorandum of understanding between him and the partnership as well. So it was a little bit more clearly defined as to who's responsible, how much the cost is gonna be, and what the final design is. And that's something that you can work with him on. In my discussion with him originally, we were gonna put a for sale, but it didn't really make any sense to have the city, number on there if we were gonna get a realtor. So that came off, hence there is no cost to the city at this point in time because we aren't gonna have anything, really to do with that sign. It's more for the partnership and the events that they have. But I think it's a great idea. I think for him to step up and have these ideas to come and help the city, grow and to put those things out there would be great, but it needs to be finalized.
Yes, so what we'll do is we'll finalize the design and we'll bring it back before you for next month. The only reason, one of the reasons is obviously we need approval to install it on city property and of course have you approve the design, but we'll work more closely with Mr. Henning and see if we can iron out those details and can get that figured out and bring you something more solid next month.
Thank you. I need a motion to table this until the August meeting.
I move that we table this until August.
Second, okay, we have a proper motion by Commissioner Lori and second by Commissioner DeVito to table this until the August 4th meeting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna move on. Here.
Thank you.
While you're getting that ready, I'm about to.
So Bonnie sends her apologies and send me in her stead to go over this presentation. This is gonna be for our redevelopment grant program.
We're in Bonnie,
Bonnie's on vacation.
on vacation.
Yes. She had it planned when she was hired, so it just fell on this day. So I apologize. We'll get right into it. So what we're gonna look at today are the commercial priority and the residential priority overviews. We're gonna skim through this. I know we have a lot to get into tonight. I put in front of you all a funding recommendation for our CRA projects. With how much we have to go through tonight, I don't know if this commission would like to finalize this tonight or move this to a special meeting all on its own. That is up to you all. I know we have a heavy schedule, budget season we're in, so I'd like to go through at least this overview and then y'all can make that decision as we move forward. If that's okay, Mayor, Commission, is that okay? So on the north,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On the North CRA commercial priority review, we have high-ranking project in the North CRA is at 925 North Summit. It had a score
Yeah,
of,
that should be
No,
some.
there's one.
No, there's one in there though
Yeah,
that
there's
is,
one
that
that's-
is incorrect, but go ahead.
okay. The high-ranking project on the North CRA is 925 North Summit, score of 68. The requested amount for that's $208,500. This is for exterior facade improvements. The lower ranking project in the North Sierra is 897 North Summit with a score of 25. That requested total amount is $12,414.95. I just want to make a note, the CRA North funds available right now currently are $165,035, and there were no housing applications this year submitted.
And how much did we have available on that? Was it 50,000?
I'm sorry,
How
ma'am?
much in the housing did we have?
About 50,000.
50,000.
Yes, ma'am. And the South CRA, the commercial priority overview, we have a high-ranking project at 113 North Summit. The score was 75 with a requested amount of $8,100. This is to replace the long-standing, the iron or steel sign down at the end of town.
And that's gonna be South Summit.
And it's not 113, I think it's 111.
Should be, it's probably 1-3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The CRA funds available for that was $37,102, and there was no housing application submitted in the South as well. Central this year is where we had the most demand and the lower amount of funds.
Wait a second, Commissioner.
I have a question. At the workshop, it was my suggestion, and is it possible that we could just discuss and make a decision on the South CRA before we go into the central? It has a lot of locations, it's very complicated. Could we possibly just discuss the South CRA single application while it's in front of us? And,
And if that's what the commission wants to do, if that's your pleasure,
well,
then we
I
can
think
do
it'd
that.
be easier.
that's what I was thinking, and I had a question. There have been several different iterations. I'm trying to find the South CRA recommendation. It looked like, okay, so there is, I saw some piece of paper I thought said give ARPA money to the Summit Street Express for the sign. I didn't see any need for that, because there's more money in the South CRA than the person's asking for. I just don't see any reason why we wouldn't go ahead and fully fund their requests. They
Okay,
want to
do you want to
improve
do a
that.
motion?
Yes, could we get the correct address for this?
Yeah, that's right.
And
It'll be fixed.
Commissioner Lori able to look that up.
No,
It's, I have it somewhere. If we could have the correct address, I would. Oh, well.
Are you on the,
There's a priority overview sheet, but
It
now
is,
it's all on.
551 South Summit,
That's it. So, I would like
551
551
South
South
Summit.
Summit.
South Summit. Okay, so we'll scratch that out. 551
South Summit.
South Summit. Okay, and the name of the name of the business is the Summit Street address, correct?
Summit Street Express.
Summit Street Express, sorry. So I move that we approve the application for a CRA grant by the Summit Street Express at 551 South Summit in Crescent City, for restoration of their sign, in the amount of $8,100, full funding as recommended by city staff.
Second.
okay, so we have a proper motion and a second.
This is for 113 North Summit?
No.
No, no,
it's-
the address is wrong. It's-
551 South Summit.
Right, it's the,
The South end.
it's at the
South
corner
Church.
of South Prospect and,
Junction.
well, and
Well, Prospect and.
it's South Prospect, but it's on Summit. It's on the
Yes.
highway. It's the first
Yes.
thing you hit on the right coming into town.
Yeah, 551 South Summit.
Right, it's a little convenience store that sells chicken. We talked about the chicken.
Or we're gonna go.
Did you do a second? Did you second?
Yes, I did.
So we have a proper motion, by Commissioner DeVito, and is that, from looking at this, is that the amount that we need to fund based on the bids that come? I mean, I know that's what they requested.
Yes, ma'am.
What was your where's the recommendation? What's the recommendation?
It's, Mayor, it's on page 3 of the latest document the city manager gave us. He recommended that 8,100.
Okay.
I don't have the document with the different, apparently there were 2 bids. I'm looking at a prior document. There was a bid for 8,938, and then there was a bid from another contractor for 8,100.
Okay.
So,
And as we go through here, we can see all of the estimates that are on here. So take me a second to
do we
get there.
usually approve? I made the motion for the lower bid because that's what the city manager.
That's what they recommended. Okay, so we have a proper motion by Commissioner DeVito to fund it at the staff recommendation.
We had 2 bids that up there.
And then we have a second by Commissioner Lori. Do we have any further discussion? Yes,
Yes, ma'am. So the idea of spending the ARPA money is that we have to spend this money by December 31st. This particular project falls right in line with the intent of the ARPA. I figured that if we use the ARPA money for these projects, we could roll over the funds and stack the funds for next year for other projects, including projects that are on our goals and objectives for the CRA, which would include some historical tourism at some of the parks, mainly over here right now. It's in the budget, which we're going to get to that next week in our meeting that's set up. But having a historical venue for our old jail, the water wheel, the park, there's some other monies that we can utilize for that. So I was hoping to stack because I don't have a lot of money in the South, and that was the idea.
but I don't think you can, yes, Commissioner.
Oh, I think you're about to address what I was going to ask. I'm sorry. Go
Number
ahead,
one,
please.
it's a public building,
Right.
and I don't know that with these funds that you have, that you could do that, and that's not in the South CRA. Is that in the South?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they
The
could-
mapping is really awkward, but it's there, and it wouldn't necessarily be on the building. It's more or less the wheelhouse, the concrete work for sidewalks, putting in benches and wayfinding and signs, because I wanted to combine projects to have the arboretum down there and clear out the area for the
I understand,
lakefront.
and that's a great idea, but I'm not sure with the facade grant monies that we, as it's laid out, I'm not sure that we could do that, but that's a great idea. We have to and look into that and see what our restrictions would be.
Okay.
It's in our CRA plan, and I think we would have to appropriate it in next year's budget. And I think that's what he's getting at. It's not spending it this year, letting it roll over for next year to have more money to use on the CRA project that's in the CRA plan.
Right now, with the trim and using last year's 8.71 for our tax for that piece coming in, it's really tight. I think I have probably around 20,000 for doing that project, and it's just not going to be enough. Any additional funds that I can get to it would be really helpful. That's my only my thinking on
I
that.
think where the question is, and I understand what the mayor is saying, these funds, these CRA funds are not used to just build parks and put stuff in. They're used to actually do facades and things like that. So I'm not sure who defined that and gave it that this is all we could use the money for.
Right.
But it would seem to me, now, I might be wrong, would we have to make some kind of change in how that money was spent? I'm asking, I don't know.
We would budget it for next year's budget, let it roll over, because it's in our CRA plan. When we established the CRA plan, we were the ones with the community that came up with all the ideas. And one of them was a waterfront area there at Sunrise Park with the
We're
old
talking
jail.
about our master plan.
The master plan, which is also the CRA plan, was part of it. And that was one of the ideas. And we had brought it up with Mr. Rudd.
But I just wanna make sure that that's.
But and as long as it's in your CRA plan, you can spend CRA money. In fact, it has to be in the CRA.
Right.
Well, it has to be in
Right.
yes,
Right.
just like, yeah.
All right, okay. So this is this is new to us. My concern is, and actually, city manager's recommendation and my thought was, in the central CRA, where I didn't make the motion to use the ARPA funds for Summit Street Express, it didn't specify in the final recommendation. My hope was we have way more applications for commercial projects for Central Avenue, which is greatly in need of facade assistance. And the ARPA funds for sure can be used for that. And I think there are enough requests for that money that businesses could benefit in the central CRA from that ARPA funding. Otherwise, we would be funding very few of them. And as well, we can use better place plan funds for a park project. That's an option. I'm pretty sure. So my suggestion would be to try to benefit as many businesses as possible. We went out and solicited their applications. Many of them are showing that they are in need, particularly our historic structures. So I would just as soon go ahead. We've been contemplating the use of CRA funds, and this is a whole new idea. So I think I would just like to go ahead and use the South CRA funds for this.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any comment on this? Do we have any comment on this for the South CRA? If we have no comment, Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Hey,
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Nay.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. So approved. That still would leave you with $29,000 in the South CRA
To roll over.
to roll over.
Correct.
Okay.
And we'll be doing some work on finding out the ins and outs on that. I should have the answers, and I apologize,
And
but
also, and another thing too, is to look into what type of historical grants. I mean, that's a restoration project. So.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. So let's move on to the central. So as I was saying before, this is the one that has the most projects. And it has very little funding availability. We had, I believe, 6 projects that were high ranking. Those projects ranked from 83 to 93 on our score. And range in cost from $37,000 all the way down to, I believe, $12,000. So we're looking at roof repairs all the way down to painting. We had, I believe, an additional 6 projects that scored below 65 to 33, which were our lower ranking projects. The available funds in the central CRA are $22,693. We've already completed some work this year, and that is the remaining amount. We did have 2 residential priority or priority overviews, 2 residential projects, one at 19 North Main, requesting $8,350 for a new roof. And on the lower end, at 504 Florida Avenue, ranking a score of 33 with a request of $9,149. Being these are residential, there's issues with both of them. On the higher ranking 19 North Main, the city staff would like to see that property brought within code when it comes to the aesthetics of the property. And on the lower ranking residential project, the reason it's lower ranking is it was at one time a historical structure. That structure has now been removed and a new house is in there. The thing that votes well with that particular property is that the owners have gone above and beyond to maintain that property, clean that property up, and put a lot of money into that property. They're looking for help to continue to do so through this program. There's a couple things we can do as we get into the ins and outs of the projects. We, of course, they don't meet, that's $10,000 max, but it's also 50% match. If you're
$5,000, if they up to $5,000, is that a match?
Up to 5,000 is no match at all. Now, the 9,149 is flooring and painting, so we could technically give them $5,000 without a match, and they could get one of those items done. And that's something that you guys would have to decide. I'm going to just go through real quick. Those were.
Commissioner DeVito.
Yeah, to me, it seems easier to, I mean, the city manager suggested we defer this, which I am fully open to because it is now going on 9. But quick question about these 2 properties. It's my understanding that for one of them, there was a lack of insurance issue. Was that one or both? Are they eligible or not eligible because of the insurance issue?
I believe it was one of the houses, and part of that issue is the roof. And that was the reason for.
So the higher ranking one has an issue with the roof?
With the roof.
So they can't get in. So
Correct.
The building's not insured.
Correct. But there are other major structural issues with that building. And I'm not sure of their investment for the future. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I know from the other property, from what they've put in and the other grants that they've received, that building has been updated significantly, the residential structure.
The one on Florida Avenue?
The lower scoring, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, and there's, if I could, yes, so we allocated there were 16,975 available.
Available, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for the 19 North Main Street, are you saying, you said staff wants to see it brought up to code, but are you saying with COA money or?
No.
No, it seems like you're not really recommending 19 North Main. Would I
At this
correct on that?
time, I'm not recommending
Okay.
19 North Main Street.
So it's, okay, and this is, I'm not sure if the ranking is helping us if you're not really recommending it.
The reason the ranking is high, ma'am, is because that's a contributing structure. And so the $8,350 request would be a non-match.
Right, okay.
They have up to 10,000 that they could get out of that grant.
But we could move on the 504 Florida Avenue.
Yes, you could.
Okay.
My recommendation would be to move on that and at least give them $5,000.
That's not a historical structure.
It is not, and that's why you can get 10,000 max, but you have to match 50%.
So, Mayor,
I'm sorry, ma'am?
It was built in 1995.
I believe they redid the building and built in the 90s, yes.
Well, first, it's my understanding that we're saying that if this building is improved, that the family will move in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the building inside and out?
Well, we toured the outside. I have not seen the inside.
Yeah,
You're
I know,
talking-
I've been inside.
you're not-
Main Street.
No, I'm talking about
we're-
504.
I know, we're down to the next one.
Right,
We're talking about
because
Uncle Joe's old property,
Yes.
there at the corner.
right, that's the one I'm saying, the staff is representing to us that if the building is sufficiently improved, that the family who inherited it
Yes.
would move in.
Yes.
So my motion was going to be to move that we provide up to $9,149 for residential improvements to 504 Florida Avenue at the option of the owner, if they would like to provide the 50% match. And if they don't, that we grant them $5,000 with no match for whichever part of the application they choose to proceed with, if they would like to do that. That was a motion.
That was your motion.
Second.
So we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this? I will say that immediately the entire family, they went in there on that property and they've been very responsible and they've contacted me at any time there's been an event to make sure that there's been no activity, and they work very closely with the sheriff's office as well, because they're trying to turn this into a home that they can live in. So, okay, if there's no other discussion, do we have any comments? Public comments? Okay. If there are none, then if you do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to move forward. I want to delve into a little bit on these other buildings. This is going to be in the central. This is where a lot of focus is at. I've given you all our recommendations, and those recommendations are basically to ensure what's the most impactful use of the resources, especially within the central CRA. If you look at this project overview, this is a historical and targeted building, built in 1922. The original use is a bank. CRA evaluation score was an 88. We have all of the quotes here that were obtained, and what we're looking and asking for, I believe, was the $13,500 some odd dollars. Maximum grant award, no match needed, is $20,000 for this project. Do want to make it clear, and I'm not really sure if the owner of this building has been given the information. I think the city moving forward to the plan for the CRA is to get the information to these individuals that have the historic buildings and let them know about the possible federal income tax credit. I know this is something that has been discussed in the preservation circles, and I want to make it clear that CRA wants us to do things that are going to be good for the community, but also help the historic. But we also don't want to tie down the hands of the owners. I think it's up to the owners to make those decisions, but we also have to make sure that we have our ordinances correct for historic preservation.
Mayor, if I could, our guidelines say very clearly that we are not to award funds for work on historical buildings cannot be such that the result would be to remove the property from eligibility for historic designation, or said another way, the improvements can't remove or alter historic character or elements of architecture. And the application, that's pretty straightforward. The application for 338 Central is for restoration, or for changing out the windows. My question about that, the city manager and I think Bonnie did the work to ask what kind of windows from someone. They've verified that they are the windows are it's on one of these pieces of paper. They're the original wood frame windows, correct? Right?
That is my understanding.
Yes. So, my feeling about this one is that if we make an award, we need to keep to the requirements. And I think you should get approval from the state historic preservation officer or whatever, that the materials that you're using meet the historic standard.
So when this came up, we did reach out to the state. The answer that I got back from the state, and I'm waiting for it in writing, but the conversation was that if it was not a National Historic Registered marker, that the same rules did not apply just if it was on a map that was a contributing structure.
No, I don't think that's true, and my concern about it is this particular building was deemed by the original survey in the late 90s to be National Register eligible. And regardless, if the owners of the buildings that are contributing structures would submit their plans to the state historic preservation officer before they start the work, they could get the information about the federal historic tax credit, and they would potentially be eligible for it for all the work that they do on the building. So it just seems to me that that is a step they should be taking, because A, they would get confirmation that they're doing what is required in our grant requirements, not removing or altering historic character or elements of the architecture, and they might find that they were eligible for a tax credit. Or I think it's, what was that?
Quite a large, it can be quite a big tax credit.
Right, because that wouldn't
On all the
just,
work that you do.
it wouldn't just apply to what they're asking for a grant from us, and I think, I mean, this is just, I looked it up, it's something like 20% on federal taxable income for 5 years. So that is a potential benefit to these properties beyond what we can give them, but they can't get it if they don't go through the state's historic preservation officer to have their construction.
Okay. Did you, when Bonnie, did she do that? Did she talk to the state? Did she ask the state to come in and to look at the property
Not
and
to
to
come in and
evaluate it?
not to come in and assess it, no. We contacted the state.
They don't do that. Well,
Yeah, we contacted the state, and then we also contacted the main inspector for the city of St. Augustine for historic preservation. St. Augustine has significant amount of older buildings, and we were also instructed by him that if the structure was not nationally registered, that the rules did not apply the same.
Okay, but that's missing the whole point. That's missing the whole point.
I'm just telling you what he said, I understand.
If I could just finish, Commissioner Lori and I went to several seminars last year where the person in Tallahassee, in the State Historic Preservation Office's office, the person who processes these applications, informed us that you talk to them on the phone and they have a paper application that you send in. They don't come down here and inspect buildings. People all over the state apply, and there's a standard application form.
Okay.
And it's not that it's not allowed, it's that it would take away from the historic integrity of the building, which would invalidate any chance of him getting
In the
any sort
future.
of historic, yes,
Right.
tax credits. So I mean, and plus our rules in our grant program says we can't fund this because that's taking away from the historic character. Now, Rick, I know you're here, but there is a place in Orlando called Austin Historic, and they actually do a great job of fixing old and restoring old windows. And I think that the CRA would gladly share the cost with you on doing those. Well, you would have to come back.
Vinyl windows that are priced there are to match the wood windows.
Would you come, I'm sorry if you'd come forward. This is,
So I'm trying to match the existing windows. It's gonna be double hung, it's gonna match the muttons that are there. So, I mean, to do this process that you're talking about, it sounds like I would need to put in wood windows or repair the existing, right? I mean, the cost on doing that is gonna be big bucks.
Do you have a cost?
No, but I imagine it would be $40,000 or something. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of money to make custom wood windows.
I dealt with them. They came to my house and looked at my house out of Orlando.
Mhm.
Yes, they came to my house. And, you're correct. it is very costly, and I had 8 windows that I need to replace. So that it is, when you're looking at doing the restoration of the windows, and that's basically what they would be doing, is coming in and they would restore the windows.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah,
all the joinery and, priming, and, I mean, that's, premium wood that they would be using, it's very expensive.
we've talked before about how much money it would take for people to maintain a building in historical prime, I mean, everything is historical, the windows are kept historical, the doors and everything, and quite frankly, I don't know that many people that have that kind of money to do that. And I'm not gonna say maybe this does not belong in the grants because it's a historical building or whatever, so we should throw them out or throw it out. But I guess all I'm gonna say is, it's not against the law for him to move forward the way you want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to put in, I think these windows would be superior because they're not gonna weather like wood windows. I mean, I would definitely prefer to have some help with these windows. I mean, I don't think I would pursue the historical, grant that you're talking about.
Tax credit.
Yeah.
And, well, but how much work, I mean, you anticipate doing more work on the building than this, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So my suggestion would be, and I would be much more comfortable because no one has asked, so we don't know, if you would contact the Historic Preservation Office and ask whether the proposed windows that you want to put in would be acceptable, whether they would approve those.
Okay,
Maybe they would say yes,
but-
and then you would be on the road. I mean, you would have some guidance, we would have some guidance. I would think it would be helpful.
Okay, but I mean, you're making this decision today. I mean, if I
Well,
get,
not necessarily.
Not
And
necessarily.
I would say we're not.
We're limited in the funds too, so for the central, we might have to, we're gonna go through the
What I was gonna
project.
ask is if we could go to the north, look at the north end on the commercial side, and then we table the central for another meeting.
I really think we should table this
Yeah.
because, it's gonna be 9 o'clock, we have plenty to do here. And this is turned into the historical.
And I think that's something that you need to do.
well, let me call up, historical and see if they have a problem with the vinyl windows. If they don't,
I have the number and the
Okay,
contact.
And see what it does to the integrity of the building.
gotcha.
And I think that's with, Bonnie's got some more homework to do with this on the central.
Okay. I agree.
There's a lot of projects on the
There's a
central,
lot,
very
there's
little money.
there's a lot of projects. So I'm gonna recommend that we go to the north. We've got 2 projects in the north, and we also had no residential in the north.
Correct.
Um,
So this is the 915 to 925 North Summit. This is a targeted building, year built 1974. It's general retail, CRA evaluation scores at a 68. Request for repairs are for facade improvements. You can see the contractor bids, we have 3. We did verify these contractors, all the contractors were verified of their insurance and their licensing. Maximum grant award in this area is $160,000. There was a second, and this is a building not targeted or historical. We reached out to them. We thought that it would be good use of CRA funds to try to spruce up the building. We did not get enough quotes on this. We had a quote from one company. We feel that there are several more that, given a little bit more time, we could probably get more quotes and help them out. The CRA evaluation for this one was a low score of 25. We had a low number for a flat aluminum sign of $12,000. This is a max grant award of 10 with a 50% match. We're not recommending this one for this year.
And we've already seen that before, because we had it painted. It was painted with CRA money
Years past, yes.
a couple of years.
Yes, ma'am.
2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Wait, I just don't quite understand why you're not recommending the sign for the pharmacy, because Say that again?
Well, we don't have, number one, I think that a flat aluminum sign that's less than 20 feet long is too much for $12,000. I think we could do better with getting the price. I only have one company that quoted an LED versus a flat aluminum, and I think the price is way too high.
Okay.
I have a,
It was
So you
Express, they
could do
had
better.
2 quotes, they had 2 sign companies, I think Express did, not them,
okay,
Express down here on the south end.
Okay, so, and they were different companies.
yes.
Is she willing, and the other thing too, is she willing, she'd have to do a 50% match, we would only fund up to $10,000, is she willing, did Bonnie get that from her, whether or not she would be willing?
Bonnie had told me, yes, she'd be willing to match.
But
I'm gonna share that us going through this, and I've shared this with you, and I just with the fellow commissioners, this is, I'm disappointed that Bonnie's not here tonight and going through this. She's the one that's been working with all of these applicants. And so I'm just gonna share that, my sentiments.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little disappointed. A lot disappointed. So, let's go back to the parking lot. We've got the parking lot.
This is for the facade
Not the
improvements.
parking lot, we've got the facade. on
Yes.
the plaza.
They have plans for doing their parking lot. They've already spent about $250,000 on the building. ACs, roof, all of those items have been done. The facade, you all have seen what this is gonna look like on the bottom side. For that shopping center, it's gonna attract more businesses. It's gonna attract people to come in and use the area. Next also for them is gonna be the parking lot. It's a really big deal right at the beginning of our city, coming in from the north end, heading south, coming right into our city. So
And I think the next phase is actually the roof.
the roofing,
The
Correct.
Tiles, they said they were
correct.
Tiles.
replaced with stainless.
Correct.
steel. Then they're gonna do the parking lot.
Then they're gonna do the parking lot. You are correct.
So
So,
the maximum grant is.
Max grant is $160,000.
And there's actually 100, I'm looking at the sheet here, 165,035 is in the North CRA fund. And
Correct.
if I could, just to share one thought that I have. I was concerned about spending all but $5,000 of the North CRA funds because they built up over time and we used them for Lockside very substantially. And I'm hoping that we can get a sign out, the CRA fund sign. But when I look at the annual income to the North CRA, it looks like it's going to have a substantial income for next year, so those funds would be substantially replenished.
The McDonald's is, that's a big
that's
increase.
gonna be,
That's most
Right,
of our.
so that makes me more comfortable about
Dunkin' Donuts will be-
using almost all the funds that we allocated this year because they will be replenished. So it's a,
Can I make a motion?
no, if somebody make a motion.
I move that we approve the project at the Save a Lot Plaza, 915 to 925 North Summit Street for $160,000 grant award.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do you have any comments on that? I'll just say that, I know Save a Lot, and I've been in conversations with them, and they've just redone their freezers this week, and they're working hard, and plan to revamp the entire store and bring it up to what they feel are the standards that everyone is looking for in there. But the parking lot's an issue. And here we're willing to give them basically the bank on this. And the parking lot, they have no plan. I mean, go out there and fill the potholes. I mean, and make it easier to where people will go through there. People avoid that parking lot because of the potholes and what it does. You can't drive through it. So, I mean, it's creating an issue for the businesses that are there because people, and it's not from the businesses, I hear it from residents all the time. So, I have a concern that we're not,
Their idea is not what you think is the most beneficial for
Well-
the tenants of the parking lot and the customers.
Yeah, I think that the parking lot, that there's some fixes that they could do until they're ready to resurface the entire parking lot.
Well, they were here, and we,
Yeah,
We
and we
shared those.
shared that with them, and they said,
maybe,
they don't think people look at that, I look at the parking lot, you know, so I drive through it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm just saying that as we go forward with this, that I have some concerns and, I hope they do have that in their plan. I think it would be beneficial to the residents, I think it would also be beneficial to the tenants that are in there, to where that parking lot is able to do that. But with that, if we have any more, do we have any public comments on this one before we vote?
Well, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone spoken with them about restoring or removing the paint
Yes.
from all that lime rock?
they're taking it all down.
They're
That's
taking
what
it all
part of
down.
this is. They're removing all the lime rock and replacing it with brick, and then, yes, it's gonna look a lot better. Because you can't,
You
I don't
can
think
see
you
the
can
render,
restore
you
it.
probably can't see it,
No.
but see where they've got it, where they're bricking those, where
Yeah,
they're bricking
they're gonna
that.
remove all of it on all those columns, because it does look awful. And that's what we talked about when we did the site visit, and so they're probably gonna take it down,
So they're gonna take the lime rock off?
yes.
All the large cobblestones are coming down, it's gonna be replaced with brick facade. And new paint, new color.
And that's what we're helping fund, is the facades.
Yeah.
Because it does look awful. It would have been great if they hadn't ever painted it,
It definitely needs a facelift, but she's right, the parking lot.
yes. I'm down, I'm trying to go there.
Okay,
Can we
so,
have Mr. Frankel come up and talk real quick to that effect on the parking lot? Mr. Frankel, if you could come up and speak, that'd be great, thank you. Just state your name for the record.
okay, that's the same one. Lovely.
How you doing? I'm Craig Frankel. I'm representing the ownership of 915 North Summit. We do understand your concerns about the parking lot, but as we stated in the previous meeting, we have phases for this project. The first one was the roof repair, which we spent over $200,000 this year on repair, and we're about $50,000 into HVAC upgrades for a couple of the new tenants that we have in now. So as we gather cash flow through the occupancy of this building, then we'll be able to put more money back into the project. But right now, we kind of hit our limit on the year, plus if we get this grant, we're gonna put in another $48,000. So we'll be over $250,000, closer to $300,000 this year of maintenance. We did get the parking lot priced out, and that's a couple $100,000 itself. So when we initially thought about the project, we think that you see it from the road before you get in the parking lot. And I'd rather get you in the parking lot than not get you in the parking lot. And so that is part of the next phase, but it's not something we contemplate doing within this 2026 year.
What about filling the potholes?
From what I've been told through the property manager is we have filled the potholes and we do it about once a year. I've been on the project a little less than a year, so I haven't seen that, but we have talked about it and he said it's something they do once a year. So that's something that we can definitely do. I don't think that would hold us back.
I mean,
But a full new grade is a little over our budget at this time.
Thank you,
How you want?
thank you. Okay. And then you do a roll call if we're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
I,
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
I'm only doing that, Save a Lot and Family Dollar and the other business tenants in there.
Would you all like to table the rest, or do you want to continue to go through any of them? You want to table the rest of the central, the south and the north are taken care of. There were no housings in there, so.
Yes,
Yeah, because you still got a bunch of stuff on this.
okay.
yeah, but we need to do this
So
ASAP.
we're
Yes.
gonna do it, I think we would do it on the 20th, with Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
If we're gonna do that,
We can do
want to do that. We're having a special meeting with Mr. Taylor on the 20th at 11, and immediately following Mr. Taylor's presentation, we'll take these up.
I will,
By then, will you have all the homework done that
all
needs
of
to
it,
be done?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I will have this updated and sent to you all, but I want to tell you, I'm all for utilizing, especially for those commercial properties in Central, all of the ARPA funds. We have to use them before December 31st, and we can roll those funds to next year. Okay.
Okay, so I need a motion.
I move that we continue or table this until the special meeting on July 20th, or table the central CRA grant awards.
I second.
And we have a proper motion and a second to table this. Yes. To the workshop, the special meeting that we're having on July 20th. Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call for us?
Ma'am. Commissioner DeVito.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lurie.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Thank you.
Are we going to do this before or after?
After Mr. Taylor. And for those of you that are in the audience for this and have been here this afternoon, I apologize for the amount of time that it's taken. We knew this was going to be a long agenda, but it's a little more convoluted in the central because of all the projects that we have and a little bit of money that's available. So thank you for your patience, and we'll see you hopefully on the 20th. Okay, with that, if we're done, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to close out our CRA. And we're going to open up our regular scheduled meeting. Let's go to our public hearings. We've got resolution number 2026-07.
Yes, ma'am. This is for a uniform lien reduction policy, and Mr. Holmes could read out our resolution.
Happy to. Resolution number 2026-07, resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a uniform lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases, providing for strict requirements, establishing uniform criteria and procedures, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I move that we approve resolution 2026-07.
The proper second. Have a second. With a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. Okay, commissioners, let's discuss this. You have some, go ahead, Commissioner Dorino.
I have read this and I have just a significant concern. I don't think this makes us any more uniform than we've ever been. And I said before, I mean, the strict criteria is still subjective. A lot of it is a list of criteria that our code officer uses in communicating with people who have received code citations before they come to the hearing. And I just feel like this ties our hands to timely hear and allow a buyer or a seller to close on a sale on those distressed properties, particularly in cases of hardship that are so problematic for the city. Sometimes we have those distressed properties and they're homestead or, I mean, essentially our only alternative, if there's no sale, is to foreclose, which is extremely expensive. So being able to quickly, reduce a lien and bring a buyer and a seller together, sometimes that solves all our problems and is well worth giving up $55. I mean,
So where in here are you finding that that would be,
well, it says,
prohibited or that would create a problem for us? So,
well, what I read is that there's a lot of things we can't do. Am I looking at the wrong document? I thought it said that we can't forgive, we can only reduce a lien 90%. They won't schedule anything for a commission hearing until the application is fully complete. I don't really understand that.
Well, that should be. I mean, you, if anybody, you ask that everything be complete so that should absolutely be complete before they come to us.
it doesn't say before they come to us, it says before they can be on the agenda. And we have,
Be coming for.
I don't think this is particularly helpful. Don't most lien reduction cases go to the code magistrate, the magistrate?
Currently they do, but that's,
Right,
they don't need
I
to.
don't know, I don't, it said, okay, here it is, limitations on reduction, administrative costs are not eligible. All other cases may not exceed a maximum of 90% reduction. I mean, I think these are fine for guidelines, but we've had some really bad properties that are causing the city a problem. And because we had flexibility to take a hearing quickly when a buyer was present with cash in hand, there's property I look at almost every week on Orange Avenue where we did that. There was a buyer and the seller was in great distress. There had been a death in their family and we did that very quickly. We had adequate documentation. We had perfectly adequate documentation. I hate to see us tie our
So
hands.
let me ask you this, do you have some suggested language to where that would be its own, and Mr. Holmes, is there something that we could have in here that when it comes to a distressed property and there is a buyer, that we could have a separate
I mean, I do have,
opportunity for that?
I do have language, but I don't think this is particularly uniform. I think our code officer already has guidelines. I have language, but I don't know that it would forgive every case. I wrote, we can forgive administrative costs, 100% of a lien amount and abatements if we deem it beneficial for the neighborhood or the city, or it brings about a financial savings to the city. But
So your code enforcement can't reduce the lien. Your code enforcement officer doesn't have the authority to reduce the lien.
right,
By statute, only you can.
Right.
Your code magistrate can make a recommendation.
Yes.
But your magistrate's gonna be bound by whatever guidelines or policies you pass. As to giving yourself unbridled discretion to forgive everything, you can, but remember, at some point, you're gonna run out of money to operate your code enforcement program if you don't collect anything from your code enforcement action. But if you're, if that's not something you consider to be a risk, then, but if you have the ability to, and when you do it for one, how are you gonna decide not to do it for everybody? If you can give 100% reduction of lien, no administrative costs, no cost of abatement to me, then why can't you do it for him? And if I'm him and you don't do it for me,
I agree with you, and we've just recently, I still have heartburn over it, because we've recently done that, and I have heartburn over it. However, we need to do something, we have to establish a policy.
Correct.
So I'm asking, do we have some recommendations? Do you have a recommendation that in a situation where we have an active buyer who is telling us, assured us that they're gonna go in and clean up the property, do you have language that we can add into this resolution?
yes, I do, and I'll read it again. I said, I guess the city or the commission can forgive administrative costs, 100% of the lien amount, and cost of abatements, if the commission finds it beneficial for the neighborhood or the city and a financial savings to the city.
That has nothing to do with whether or not they have an active buyer.
Well, I think that would go into it. We wouldn't
So
have,
you'd have to add that would be an active buyer, that you have an active buyer and not the general. I mean, because that would be every lien we have out there,
that'll apply to every lien you got.
because it would be a benefit to the city.
All you have to do is
Yeah.
find that it's beneficial to the city. I don't know, and a financial benefit to the city. I'm not sure how it's financial benefit to the city, but nonetheless, all you have to do is make that finding and you can forgive every lien, every code, every fine.
okay, but it can't be beneficial to the city if someone is not going to buy and clean up the property.
But that's not what you didn't include that language in there. You see what I'm saying? It would have to say, that language would have to include that if there is an active sales contract, that you have an active sales contract and a commitment from the new buyer that he was going to do that. And
Okay, well, I'll accept that as an amendment. I mean, you want
I
to say,
can't do that.
in
You'd have to.
okay, so in the case where a property has an active buyer with a commitment to clean up the property, we can forgive administrative costs, 100% of the lien amount and abatements if the commission deems it beneficial for the neighborhood or the city or a financial savings to the city. And I don't understand why Don says, I mean, we've never done this. We don't just forgive liens to forgive liens. We forgive liens because there is someone ready, willing, and able to clean up the property. And most of these distressed properties, that's our only alternative. It's so much more cost effective to let the buyer come in than what else would we do? Foreclose on something that is not worth very much. We have properties that we've owned in the past, and that's not a good route to take.
Okay, well, I have a problem with that, because if you just forgive it, right, and say, well, now I have a buyer, and you just say, you're gonna come in and clean up the property, so we'll let it go. They come in and don't clean up the property, what have you really done?
Okay,
It has to also include, instead, you take the money,
That's on top.
okay, and then if they clean it up, if you wanna reimburse it or something like that, that's fine, but too many people around here buy the property and the property gets worse.
But
But we have to make the finding that it will be beneficial. The example would be, the Dunkin' Donuts. We reduced that fine significantly.
No, he paid $25,000.
But the lien was
Oh, that's right.
substantially more. It doesn't say, all I am saying is, we have had situations where we were fortunate that we could do a lien reduction and we got rid of an eyesore and someone cleaned it up. If you don't want to have any flexibility and you want to have properties continue to be in distress and turn away buyers because they're not willing to wait 60 days, then fine. But this would allow us to continue with our past practice of taking an opportunity and getting rid of a problem quickly.
I think
So,
we need to
whatever.
obviously work on this
I'm done
more.
here.
So can I table this?
It's just, we've got to have a proper motion and a second.
I think we ought to adjourn it.
We're not gonna finish this if we keep it this way.
we have a proper motion and a second. So if you want to table it, somebody's gonna have to pull their motion.
Whose
We
motion
can
was
move
it?
the table with a pending
No, you
motion.
can table with the pending
Okay,
motion,
okay,
it's on the table.
That's,
I move that we,
amend your motion.
I move that we table this until the August meeting.
What changes would you like to see made?
Talk to her,
Okay, legal has gone through this,
but she has a disagreement and what
Right.
it says, so you need to take her input and figure something better out, because this is not ready.
No, we don't need to take her input and
Well, we
figure
need to
something
take
else
some-
out. We can take,
There
she
is-
can
I
give
just need
her
some direction.
recommendation and we can have some proper language that that
I mean, I
can
have
be
some problems
recommended
with it,
to
too.
us. You have some
I have
too?
some problems too, so the fifth whereas clause down says, talks about forgiveness through the 14-day rapid compliance category, and I thought you took
I
that
thought
out,
we took that out.
so that needs to be
The
I
fixed.
have-
resolution, I'll work on the guidelines.
Yeah, that's,
I'm just saying that.
I have
needs to
I
be
have that
fixed.
marked in mine too.
And then there's the part that's in here on the policy that's in red, I guess you added that,
I did.
okay, but the part that's here, it's like conversational, I didn't know what,
What do you mean
if I was
conversational?
mentioning on the second page of the red.
Oh, I thought, what I was doing was critiquing his policy.
Right, but does
So
that-
he
does
sent
that
it to
need
me
be part of
for-
the policy?
So, yeah, so we're,
Yes.
the old, what you had in there was, the denials, and I just made note, since the commission's decision is final, and it is, under 7.2, there really isn't any authority which an appeal could be filed other than the court.
I mean,
So,
is that doesn't need to be part of the actual policy.
so I
That
said,
was just,
Well, I just said you could provide for a request for reconsideration if you wanted to. So that's what I've done, was just, that was my comments to, the city manager. That part was, the red above that was factors that I suggested that you could, and it says factors to be considered in determining lien reduction include but are not limited to,
No, I understand
to give
that.
you leeway and flexibility.
Mhm.
But at least you have a checklist to go down instead of just saying, I think this one should be reduced. And I don't think this one should be reduced, and that's the whole idea of trying to provide some consistency in your process. At least that's my thought.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on.
Okay, so we currently have a motion to to table this until the August 4th meeting. Madam Clerk, in a second, Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call for us.
I'm sorry. Who seconded?
Who
I
seconded?
tabled it, didn't I?
You tabled,
I
who
moved
was
it
the
to
second?
Table, I will second because Commissioner Roy has pointed out there's some other issues. I will second it. Okay.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay.
So approved.
So tabled, okay, so resolution number 2026-08.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the Fire Department Operational Command Authority. This clarifies the fire department's command structure whenever chief officers are outside the city limits. The key provisions for this is command authority rests on the highest ranking officer physically within the city and present within the city. Limits on and on duty. So senior officers outside the city are considered unavailable until they return. Rank is temporarily nullified for operational purposes and establishes procedures for communication, supervision, and command transfer. The impact, of course, it ensures uninterrupted leadership and improved emergency readiness.
Would you like to read it by title?
Please.
Please.
Sorry, that was mine.
It's fine.
Resolution number 2026-08, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, formalizing and clarifying the fire department's operational command authority when chief officers are outside the city limits, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
I move that we approve resolution 2026-08.
And we have a proper motion to
I'll second
approve, and a second by Commissioner Burton. Any discussion? I do. If nobody else is gonna speak up right now, I'm gonna, outside, sometimes the entire unit goes outside the city limits. So I understand why we're doing this. I understand, but I do have that, because oftentimes they go outside, the entire unit goes outside the city limits, and so then we would have nobody in authority, if you take them outside the city limits.
So when they're outside the city limits, they fall under the purview of the county. And we went through that and we also adopted that through resolution before. I understand what you're
Our
saying.
unit does,
Yes,
okay, and
yes,
our fire chief, everybody,
yes,
when they leave the city limits, okay.
yes. And so this is for when they're here. And the problem that I've had is that we are limited in how many officers or structure we have when the chief is gone or the assistant chief is gone. And so this makes it clear as to what the intention of previous chief had in place with our day captains, and allows them to have the authority on operational command when others are not present.
I just, that was my only question,
Yes, ma'am.
so, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mayor, if I could just make one comment and request.
Yes.
Is there a reference in here to Exhibit A or whatever?
No.
No, there's no reference, but there's a policy attached. So is that incorporated?
So he's got the policy, this is the
I did say
policy,
it's the way, yeah, it is.
and the resolution
Mhm.
approving the policy,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any other,
It's just before.
anything else? I think what you're seeing,
Yeah.
Commissioner DeVito, is right behind that, there's Exhibit A, that's for the community service policy. So,
No, it says fire department. I'm just trying to figure out where in the resolution it incorporates the policy. Or maybe it's all in the resolution. I'm not sure what.
It, well,
It's in
specifically
the-
states,
it's
the
in the
command authority
resolution.
when the fire chief is outside city limits.
Mhm.
So it breaks it all down in the resolution.
That's what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
what's
That's what I-
attached is in the text of the resolution.
Yes.
Okay, that's what's right. Sorry.
And this policy, if approved, will be inserted into their overall fire policy.
Do we have any public comment on this? We have no public comment, Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved. Let's move on to resolution 2026-09.
Oh, you can't go over, I'll do it.
Go ahead.
Resolution 2026-09, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, establishing a community service policy, providing for purpose, applicability, administration, implementation, and an effective date.
I move that we approve resolution 2026-09.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Mayor, I have one question.
Okay.
Just my concern is, there's nothing in here that says, I don't know. There's nothing that says when we have volunteers, do we just leave that up to the city manager? I don't want people to feel that they're entitled to be volunteers.
What's the exact question?
It's only about timing or when.
Just, timing, I guess we're just leaving it up to the city manager to determine when there are volunteers. I mean, I would not want them to take away from other, you would hope they would be beneficial and not create extra work. But
I think it pretty much says that, if you read through the policy and you read through, that it basically says that if it's a detriment, if there's an issue,
Correct.
then they can,
right, with their
deny
behavior,
them.
but I just, that's fine. But
I mean,
is this-
hey, if they're volunteering, any work that they're willing to do,
But we don't have to,
is appreciated and we don't have to accept that.
I guess, so I guess my one question is the city attorney okay with
Okay.
it? I mean,
I did review it,
Right.
and yes, the answer is yes.
all right, then that's fine with me. Thank you.
My only question on this was violations of safety protocols may result in disciplinary action or removal from the program. How would you discipline a volunteer?
You remove them.
So I think
Remove them
that,
from the program.
that's what may result in removal from the program,
Yes.
not disciplinary action, because then you're gonna have to get into what's a disciplinary action
We
for a
can
volunteer.
take that out.
Okay,
I'll fix that language.
Well, do we need to amend that
I'm probably gonna have to,
to remove that language?
if everyone is in agreement with that. Do you have that? Do you have it?
It's not in the resolution.
It's not a resolution,
It's just in policy. right?
just in the policy.
Right.
So,
Do we need to put that, do we need to put that in the motion?
It would be
Okay, I
better
think
if
so.
you did.
Yeah.
Just updating the policy. Fine.
So I'm amending my motion to include also the change in, that the mayor pointed out. I'm not even sure what section that was in.
It's
Disciplinary action.
Under
it's
safety
under
rules.
6, safety rules,
Section 6,
removing disciplinary action.
yes. So that's what I said.
Okay. Okay, do we have any, public comment on this? Seeing no one come forward, Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
Thank you.
So approved. Okay, let's move on to, 2026-10.
2026-10, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, authorizing the city manager and administrative staff to submit for and administer the United States Department of Agricultural USDA Rural Business Development Grant, RBDG, authorizing the city manager, Derek Martin, and Mayor Michelle Myers to execute all required grant documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I move that we approve resolution number 2026-10.
Okay, we have a proper motion from Commissioner Lloyd on a second,
One second.
and a second from Commissioner Burton. Having discussion.
I just have one question.
Uh-huh.
Is this the grant that basically has been applied for? And we
Yes.
Need the approval?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
And, but there's another grant out there somewhere that is similar?
That's a different grant, that's the RIF. This one is through USDA.
Okay, are we going to need, have we already approved the RIF? Are we going to need to approve it at a separate date? What is the RIF?
It's the Rural Infrastructure Fund.
Okay. And is that going to come before us, or what's the difference between this one and that one? This one is the parking lot project, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The RIF project that we're going for, well, you caught me off guard on that one.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. The RIF project is a project that has to be submitted by next Monday. It's not on the agenda. The monies that we did not receive through state appropriations for our top projects,
Right.
our engineer, CPH, already has everything rolled out. One for the South Tower and the other for Cherry Street.
Okay.
What we are doing and what they would like to do is move forward with the Cherry Street application to put that in for the RIF. This that we're looking at is separate, and this is for the Rural Business Development Grant.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I
Is
have.
that good? The only thing I would say is that I don't know that we necessarily need to have our names in there,
That's
but
what I was thinking.
We're gonna talk about that.
essence of time.
Sorry.
So if you want to put that in your motion to remove the names, I don't think.
Right.
But it's,
It was
they're in there.
advertised as that.
They're in there. Okay. Do we have any public comments on this? Okay, no public comments. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Thank you so much. Let's go to resolution 2026-11.
2026-11, a resolution of the Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, setting the maximum millage rate for submitting the DR 420 certification of taxable value and for developing the budget for the tax year 2026-2027.
I move that we approve resolution 2026-11.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a proper motion from Commissioner Lori and a second from Commissioner Burton. Commissioners, do we have any comments?
My only comment is that the last lines is approved by the City Commission of the City of Crescent.
I have that too. It needs to add city, so do you want to, we're gonna put that into your motion. Also, if you look up above the whereas, the second whereas, but will not prevent them from eventually adopting a lower
Yeah,
millage.
it should say prevent them from.
Adopting a lower millage
Eventually.
and taking out eventually.
That's semantic.
Yeah. If you would go ahead and, if you want to
Is there any
amend
other
it.
ones? Anything else?
Does anybody have anything else on this?
Well, I mean, essentially, we're keeping the millage rate the same. Last year, this millage rate was a rollback rate.
It was a rollback.
Right. This year, because property values are higher, right? According to the property appraiser, thank you, Commissioner Lori, this will result in taxes on some properties increasing, correct? So I'm not sure what the trim, I mean, the whole purpose of doing this is for the truth and millage notices, right? So people know what their maximum,
That's why we're doing
tax,
that.
right, would
We
be.
always do this every year, the
Oh, I know.
maximum amount.
Right, but my concern is, we discussed at the budget workshop, whether or not we wanted to do a rollback rate. We could
We could do that when we adopted in final.
Right.
yes,
And he hasn't put together that budget yet.
Yes.
I
So
know.
this would give us the flexibility if we do have to stay at the same rate.
right, so,
Which would still count as a tax increase.
Otherwise, we could not.
Right.
So,
right, I know that. So my concern is that there's always the temptation, if we set it at the current rate, that we will not do a rollback rate, or even a partial rollback rate.
well, then,
It's up
but-
to us.
But my other concern is we don't have enough data, since we're not far enough along in the budget, to securely make that decision.
What is the difference?
well, we all know that. That's why we're setting it at the max like we do every year.
Although I do have to agree that when you get your trim notice, it doesn't say this is the maximum. It says if they take no action.
This is what it could be.
Right, and then if they
If you do the rollback, this is what it could be.
Right, and it just makes it's not saying that's the maximum, it's saying that this is what we're gonna change it to. It just is a little misleading, but that's the true reporting in millage.
But that's their reporting, yeah, unfortunately,
so-
that's not ours.
Go,
So do we have any other comments on this?
Well, just to say that I hope that we will find a way to set a lower millage rate when we complete the budget.
what we.
We've had this discussion, and everyone has their own opinion on that, but that's not for this right now.
Right, that's my hope, yes.
Fine. Okay, so did you amend it for this
I will
changes?
amend, my motion for resolution 2026-11 to include the changes of the city added and then taking out the word eventually in the second whereas clause.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close public comment. Madam Clerk, if there's no other questions, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, so approved. Thank you. Okay, let's go to
Madam Mayor,
2026-02 ordinance number, yes.
can we table ordinance number 2026-02?
Okay.
Yeah.
I need a motion to table this. When do you want to table it to?
Next meeting,
To the August meeting.
August meeting.
So can I get a motion to table 2026-02 to the next meeting?
I move that we table ordinance 2026-02
Okay.
until the August meeting.
Commissioner Moore, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Burton, thank you both. Do we have any comments?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we're doing that.
Well, I've gone through the draft and basically attempted to confirm the consistency of every definition in the ordinance with state statute.
Okay.
Because there are some phrases used that were defined, and some of the definitions were slightly different from what state statute, the way they're defined in state statute. And then I started the process of making certain that we did not have conflicts with the statute, with state statute that were allowed by the statutes. For instance, there's some state statutes that allow you to be tighter than, but not more lenient than the state provisions. And then there's a couple of them that allow you to basically,
Which one are we talking about?
the golf cart,
Oh, okay. I
You
thought
have
we
a
were
golf
talking about
cart,
zoning.
mobilities,
Okay.
the definitions, when you read all that stuff, had all kind of, there are all sorts of different devices, and there's some of them I wasn't even familiar with.
Yeah.
I had to go to the statutes and find how they were defined, and then what the state said, the limitations were on them. So I told Derek, I just needed a little more time on it, especially since I was working on trying to file motions for setting us up a default and affidavits and et cetera.
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about the rezoning. I was like, why are we?
Okay.
No,
That's fine.
We have-
Sorry, great. I'm fine with that. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have an agenda in front of me.
That's okay. Madam Clerk,
It's late. I'm tired.
if you please do a roll call to defer this to the August meeting.
The same, Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved.
next would be, if you're ready, would be ordinance number 2026-05.
Right, and Mayor, if I could, before the city attorney reads, just on the subject of agenda management, we have the two ordinances. One is the mass rezoning and the other is a small scale comp plan amendment. We also have a significant number of business items, including approving moving forward with the IT company, a couple.
So it looks like, so the more we talk about it, the more time we're wasting.
No, but then my point is, I have a concern, it is going on 10 o'clock. These are very significant ordinances. I think there were some people who were here to make public comment. there's not very many people left here. And to me, I think this is the kind of thing we want to do when there are people available to ask the questions they want to ask.
Commissioner DeVito.
Very complex.
Commissioner DeVito, if they chose to leave knowing that it was on the agenda, and if that meant, if that was important to them, I'm sure they would not have left. I think the people that were here were for the CRA.
Also, when we have 2 readings too.
And so we have 2 readings, so on this, but in the time, essence of time, and these 2 have been sitting here all evening. They got here at 5 something this afternoon, so let's, if we can, let's move forward. I need a motion. I need you to read it, please, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 2026-05, first reading. An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, providing for the rezoning of real property totaling approximately 40.32 plus or minus acres within the city of Crescent City as described in Exhibit A, providing for the taking of implementing administrative actions, providing for the adoption of maps by reference, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Do you want to go ahead and read the next title as well? We will
Sure,
present
be
that
happy to.
together.
If that's, if the commission so desires.
Yes, please do.
Ordinance number 2026-04, first reading. An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment pursuant to section 163.3187 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map for approximately 7.76 plus or minus acres within the city of Crescent City as described in Exhibit A, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for the adoption of maps by reference, providing for conflicts, severability, and non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Martha, go ahead and go to.
I need a motion.
Are we doing them in the right order? Do we do that as rezoning and then?
Technically, you probably should pass the comprehensive plan amendment first.
Right, that's what I thought, so you want to,
So yes, let's do the 2026-04 first.
I move that we approve ordinance 2026-04, the small scale comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a proper motion and a second. Can we do, Dawn, can we do a motion for the next one too, since we're at the same time?
We can't have-
I would prefer that you do the motion to pass the comp
The
plan
comp
amendment
plan?
first, and
Okay, I
then,
just want to
once
make
that
sure.
happens, pass the rezoning.
Okay, go ahead.
And just to clarify, the future land use amendment applies specifically to the 3 parcels associated with the Miller Middle School property. And we can, do you prefer us to go ahead and go through our PowerPoint, or would you rather, can you just give a briefer summary?
Just you can do a summary if you'd like.
Okay.
And if we need to go to PowerPoint, then at that time we will.
Okay, so the future land use amendment is to change a portion of those 3 parcels from their current public buildings, future land use to mixed use to be compatible with the central business district. Those are the only 3 properties that would be included in the future land use amendment. For the mass rezoning, that includes 40.32 acres, and that includes 86 parcels. We did update the maps since we created your packets. We had someone opt out within the last couple of days. And so Mark, if you don't mind going to the next slide.
You're looking for the map, or?
Yes, just the
Probably
updated.
to the map to see where they've opted out.
And I'll just draw your attention to the property that's different from the maps that you have in front of you. And that is this parcel here, has since opted out. So on your maps, it shows that that's included for the
And
final
that's-
ordinance. we'll
That's at the
update it.
intersection of Linman and Summit? South
Yes.
Summit?
Now, is it my understanding that parcel owners have until July 20 to submit their request for opting out?
Yes, that's correct. And we gave them that date because it's between first and second reading.
Okay.
So that gave them time if they wanted to come tonight, hear further discussion, and then opt out, they would still have the opportunity to. But that would still give us time to finalize the maps if this goes forward to the August meeting.
Are you still presenting, or is there time to ask a question?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, you can ask
Okay,
any questions.
So the property that opted out most recently is at Lemon and Summit on the east side.
Yes.
Yes,
Do you know, is it a residence or business?
Business.
Doesn't.
It's a business.
Yeah.
Okay, and I saw-
It's owned as general commercial.
I saw a reference in, the city manager's report to preparing a list of the properties that had opted out for presentation at planning and zoning. But do we have that list? Do we know how many properties opted out?
Yes, as of now, there are 9. And Mark, I believe this is the very last slide.
Yesterday when we
That was
spoke, there were 9, I think
That
it was
was
the
it.
one prior to that.
So I don't know how to, I want you to be informed, but on the other hand, I'm not taking an official statement, but I do believe the school district is going to be opting out as well.
Well, and my concern, thank you for bringing that up, because my concern is why would, at this point in time, why would we take it out of its current zoning and put it into this?
Right, and so that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I believe unless something changes, they're going to be submitting their request, and that's why I verified the date. Because I spoke with the superintendent today, and I believe that unless something changes, they're going to be opting out of both the comp plan change and the rezoning.
Well, so if that's the case, because all of this property is an ordinance on 2026-04 for that comp plan amendment, is that property.
Yes.
I believe it is.
So
That's why I wanted to bring it up.
thank you for bringing it up and bringing it to our attention. So do we want to, look at this at this time? Is it something that we should go forward with that knowledge?
Right, seems like a waste.
Um,
I mean, we can go through, we can do the first reading of the rezoning.
Is there a benefit?
That's
Is there a benefit to the city if they don't opt out? Does it benefit the city or
doesn't
does it
benefit.
benefit the school or, I mean,
I mean, it depends on what the school's plans are for their property.
Well, if they sell, and it doesn't have to,
Makes
now,
sense to be-
whoever buys it's gonna have to go through a lot of work and pay a lot of money to get it to be what they want it to be.
Yeah, but if you change it now and whoever they sell it to doesn't like what you changed it to, they're gonna have that to deal with as well, and that's their concern. So,
are they ever gonna sell it?
It's for sale.
I'm just saying, I'm just kind of picking on
It's for
that.
sale.
So-
I can't tell you that, I don't get to make that decision, that's
I mean, there's-
above my pay grade.
Yeah.
And I'm not officially announcing they're opting out, I'm just, for your information, in case it made any difference to you, I wanted you to know that unless something changes, that we'll be submitting that to you at first of next week.
Okay. Yes, Mark.
We've never been contacted by the school board. They've received all the notices. They've never asked a question.
Okay, I have,
Mark, I did mention to them that it might be helpful to arrange a meeting directly with you, in order that any questions they have might be answered, but they're concerned about, basically having their options limited.
Understood.
And that was the concern that was expressed to me, so I'm just letting you know, and now you can proceed however you want, but
okay, and Mayor, if I could, also, this rezoning the Miller Middle School property and taking it out of the public designation, I believe somewhere in all this, Mr. Parrott or the planning firm is saying that that's all consistent with the 2024 vision plan, but I participated in that vision plan, we adopted it, I went back and looked at it, and it's not clear there are a couple things. It's not clear to me from the vision plan has the Miller Middle School site as a whole, one of the 6 locations. And it talks about the gymnasium and this is the vision plan. So when you're putting in this analysis that this particular ordinance is consistent with the vision plan, I don't think it really is, because the vision plan talks about the gymnasium and the auditorium being for public use. It doesn't say that some of the property can't be mixed, but that was actually the part more contiguous with Central Avenue. And if you look at the drawings and the verbiage, they were talking about a large part of the property being for public use, that part that we're proposing to change. And as well, replete throughout the vision plan is the emphasis on historic preservation. And there are several references to historic preservation of those historic buildings on the Miller Middle School property. And the problem that I see, there was the memo, well, from Mark, and I don't know what happened to the ordinance that Commissioner Lloyd was working on, except there was a memo from Mark that says we're halfway there in our land development code with a historic preservation ordinance, but we don't have one yet. And you're still working on it, correct?
Okay, well,
Before you start, I'm sorry, just one moment. We're gonna run over in time, so I'm gonna need a motion. We've still got a lot of work to do here tonight. I'm gonna need a motion to extend this meeting at this time.
I move that we extend to 10:30.
Still have a second.
So the historic preservation,
Mark, I'm not done.
I'm sorry.
Do I have a second?
Oh, I'll second.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
But we have work to do, and we're required to get the work done, so let's go ahead, Mark.
Wait a minute.
We need to get back on track.
I rescind my second, or maybe, I
You
don't know.
rescind your second to extend the meeting?
Yes. I am very concerned about our agenda management. We have a lot to do. I think if we choose what we're going to do, I think everyone is tired. I think we are well past the point of being able to really intelligently discuss complex issues. I would like to see us choose a couple of things on the business items to get accomplished and then go home and leave weighty, complex problems until a time when we are less tired.
I'm as intelligent as I was when I woke up this morning right now. And I'm ready to get this, I mean, we have a responsibility. We all knew coming into this meeting tonight that we had a very heavy agenda. Okay, we have a responsibility to get this work done. And if we have to stay here, then we should stay here. I feel like we have a responsibility to get it done. And if not, you know what we're gonna do is we're moving it on to another meeting and we're gonna be in the same situation in August.
Well,
Continue till
okay,
tomorrow.
but Commissioner
I'm
Burton
not
doesn't,
continuing it till tomorrow.
Commissioner Burton
That's
doesn't
me.
want to extend,
Well,
so,
she's one
Everybody
vote.
else does, so I
One
lose,
vote.
so I'm here.
oh, I might vote with you.
Oh, that's okay, that's
okay.
fine too.
There's not a second, so.
I don't have a second. Mark, you've got 5 minutes.
Extend the meeting.
You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I second.
okay, well,
You second?
Yeah, I second.
So you're seconding the motion to extend the meeting for 30
Yes.
minutes? Okay.
Oh, that's
I'm
really-
just trying to make the record
All in
clear.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Finish it up.
Nay.
Yay.
Okay, so
Nay.
we're extending it for 30 minutes. Go ahead, Mark. And out of respect for these two who drove over here, we need to listen to them.
Yeah, let's let them go.
Go ahead.
First of all, just to keep things as short as possible, historic preservation ordinance is a completely separate matter to this.
That's
Right.
And that's all we've been discussing tonight, so, yes.
So that's in process. We have some policy issues that we're discussing back and forth, myself and Derek, and something, some decision out of that will be brought forward for you guys to talk about and consider. It's really all I can say about that. There's a historic district that's already
That's not what's
established. This
before us.
does not affect the
Okay.
historic district.
Well, wait a minute.
No, let's go.
It does affect the historic district, and I have another question, if I may, Mayor. I don't understand.
You can only speak until 10 o'clock. I'm
What?
sorry, Commissioner DeVito.
I'm gonna speak until, we extend the meeting until 10:30.
So you can.
Okay, got it, it was a joke. Okay, so there's a lot in here. There's a reference to a historic overlay. But what exactly is the historic overlay? Is it in the land development code?
That actually already exists. So if you look at the map, let me make this a little bigger.
Okay, but there should, you're using the term historic overlay. Who created that term? What does it mean?
It's referenced in land development.
Well, I'm asking Mark.
It designates an area where your historic regulations will apply.
When they're enacted.
You've already enacted,
We already have it.
you already have portions of the land owner code that address historic preservation. You don't have an ordinance that will get you certified as certified local government.
Right.
But you do in fact have a historic district, right?
With
Which
the
is,
federal government. Now
yeah.
you're saying we have one here, but you're also saying it has no, it's incomplete. It has no protections.
that is not what I said.
No.
That is not what I said. What I said is it's not, the regulations that you currently have in place are not going to get you certified as a certified local government.
Okay, but Mark, you told us long ago that none of our ordinances protected any historic structures. So what changed? What protections does our current land development code? In fact, I looked at your memo. It says there's actually no enforceable protection. There's no protection against demolition, and I assume there's no protection. There's really, no one has to go before a historic preservation board.
So we're talking about two different things now.
Not really.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
You're talking about the contents of your historic preservation ordinance.
Right.
I'm here to present a future land use amendment and a rezoning to the central business district. They happen to, in some areas, be coterminous.
Yeah.
But that's the extent.
Right, but we would be making a change that would affect significant historic structures, but we haven't implemented
No, we're not, right? You're applying a zoning district to a property, right? So that has absolutely no effect on existing properties, and it has no effect on what a property owner is required to do. This is a zoning category, so all it has to do with is future development. If somebody comes forward and wants to redevelop their property, if they want to take or substantially modify it, these regulations have an effect. But the act that you're taking tonight is not gonna have any effect on the historic structure.
Right, but it could lead to it, and it will have an effect on the historic structure for the ones that are currently designated as public facilities. I think it will open them.
Well, that's
They're
the,
gonna opt out.
that's the school.
And they won't be
That's right.
required to make any changes just because of the rezoning. I
I'm
know
aware of
that's-
that.
That's been a concern that we've
I'm aware of
heard is they won't suddenly be required to meet all the standards of the new zone.
But in all fairness, if it is rezoned, if the comp plan's changed and the properties are rezoned, then the current uses would be non-conforming uses, correct?
The current use would be non-conforming.
And if they're not conforming, then almost all ordinances have a provision that indicate that if they're substantially damaged beyond a certain point, then they can't rebuild to the old non-conforming use, correct?
Correct.
So that's where the impact comes from the school standpoint. Now, I'm not objecting to you considering the comp plan. I just verified that they could opt out until the 20th. And so, that'll be for them to decide. But I didn't want you to move forward without knowing that is being heavily considered. And I will, if you're available, try to set up that meeting.
Correct. But if you don't pass,
Zoom or
if
whatever.
you don't pass the future land use amendment tonight, then that all becomes moot. My recommendation would be that you pass it so we can have these conversations. So,
And that doesn't hurt, in my position, that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't have the school district position, because you can pass it tonight, but if they decide to opt out, then they're just out of the equation. But remember, only the comp plan change only affects 7-point-something acres, correct? What was it?
There's three parcels.
But your rezoning affects 40.
correct.
So, and the school's not, it's the minority of that, the school site.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to stop your train, I'm just saying, I wanted you to know.
And does Commissioner Lori, are you chairing
Yeah.
the meeting?
Did you,
So
are you
I have,
done?
no, I have a question about what the city manager raised, that if a private entity wanted to come in, if we don't do the rezoning, then someone has to spend money. Apparently, I was told by several people who were at planning and zoning that either the city manager or the planner or both said apparently there is someone who wants to come in and develop the property and they're waiting to see what we do. Is that accurate?
That isn't precisely what was said at the meeting.
That is or is not?
That was not precisely what was said. What was said at the meeting is that the portion of the school board's property that is not part of this rezoning, there is somebody who has come forward, who has approached the city and discussed taking that property that is the southernmost portion that is not part of this proposal. So we're now talking about something that has absolutely nothing to do with tonight's item. But they're considering approaching the school board, purchasing the property and doing residential development on that portion of the property.
I see, but this.
Which I would suggest you should just disregard because considering approaching the school board and having a
A
sale,
whole long,
that's
what if?
3 what ifs down the road.
Okay,
So, are you done?
got that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the floor? We have, no, it's addendum. Mayor, do we have a motion on the floor about this?
No, we don't, because
Or we just
he
need?
read it.
Okay.
He read it. And we have a mo, yeah, we have a motion on this one, yes.
Okay.
We have a motion on this one.
So can I ask, the reason that those 3 parcels, or 3 parcels and a portion of a parcel were chosen is what?
That's where the school is located. And
I know a lot about this property,
And-
Rebecca.
I know
Who
you
said-
do.
Who said, who made that decision instead of the entire school board's property?
That was the recommendation of city staff. That includes, obviously, the school building with the assumption that that potentially could be
It also includes an empty lot,
an
there was a house.
adaptive use
And so
project.
you just chose to take that as well? I don't understand why that was put in there.
Planning and zoning approved this, correct?
Yes, we did.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
went through this, so I-
Yeah, yes, it did.
But there's
But
some
that
amendment.
But that last south parcel, that you see where the red goes down there, that's where the house, the line house used to be, or Felice Knott's house. Why did you include that? That doesn't have any buildings on it at all, it's an empty lot.
Are you saying, why do we include that in the central business district, or why do we?
In the reason, in the change in the future land use and the central business district. I mean, because that makes it almost undevelopable, the property behind it, if you're gonna change that and separate it. I just wanna know why you're picking and choosing those parcels, because to me, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Because we were provided information by city staff of the outline which these individuals that we talked about were interested in. So we took that portion that they were considering approaching and pulling it out.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it seems just arbitrary and capricious. I don't know why you've chosen 3 parcels that are part of the school property and half of another parcel, which you don't even have the lines in the right place because the parcel lines aren't right on that map. But, I don't know why you're rezoning and changing the future land use on half of the school district's property and not the rest.
Our recommendation had the entire school board property in the rezoning.
And why did that change?
Well, he doesn't know why it changed, but it did
Well,
change.
no, but I mean.
No, why did it change?
Staff.
Okay.
Before we brought it forward, we attended a meeting
Say, okay. we
with
can say-
city staff.
With city staff, who are you talking about? Are you
I'm talking about the city
your-
manager and
Or-
the public works director.
Okay, okay. And so it's the current city manager and the current public works
Correct.
director? Okay.
And they believed that somebody was interested in doing something with this property that would be inconsistent with the zoning that we're proposing. So they said, take it out. So we took it out.
The 5 acre, and are we talking about
I mean-
5 acres?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But then you
At
didn't
the
take
time,
that,
it was a multifamily type of.
but you didn't take the whole 5 acres out, because that, where that red line goes down and around, that one plot is part of that 5 acre plot that has nothing on it. So, I mean, what you're doing just makes no sense to me. And then the other part that you have on the map isn't even part of the school district property, it's part of city property. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I just know a lot about this. It's been 5 years I've spent my life on this. And I don't know why you guys drew these lines. It just seems to me to make no sense.
Well, he just said, let's,
Right, I'm
let's,
saying it just makes no, to me, it doesn't make
city
any
staff,
sense.
Mark
Right.
didn't make this recommendation,
No, I
city staff
understand.
made this recommendation, and you made it based on an assumption that somebody was interested in that property at
And
the
their
time.
plan, and their plan for the property at the time, which
Right.
didn't conform. And they wanted to do multi-family,
Right.
multi-level.
Okay, well,
And that was their
until we
policy.
have- Until they have a contract on that, and they're going into that, then we should not
Yeah, I
make an
just-
assumption,
But,
so.
but just so you understand, the polygon that, in terms of why we drew it, that's what they were interested in. That was the land.
That's what I wanted an answer on, and that's what I was asking about. Doesn't make any sense to me, but, we still need to move forward.
So we still have this ordinance 2026-04 that is in front of us. And so I'm just concerned that we will go to second reading, so at second reading, we could pull it, correct?
You won't go to second reading if they opt out.
If they opt out, well, that's
Right.
basically, we wouldn't have to have it.
Right, you wouldn't have
So
to
we
have,
could go
well, yeah,
forward
or
to
if they
the-
got,
Be withdrawn.
because the 20th was the date.
It would be withdrawn.
And it'll be, if they do it, they're gonna do it next week.
Okay,
First part
by
of the
the 20th, okay. So commission, I'm gonna open it up to public comment this time. Do we have anybody that has, anything they would like to say on this? Come forward. Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Do we have any further discussion before we take a vote?
I would just like to point out that I don't think that this is really consistent with the 2024 vision plan. I think you can pick something to say that it is, but I think there are much more in the vision plan that makes this a complete departure from what is recommended.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Come back to me, please.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
So approved.
Okay, let's go to ordinance 26-05. I need a proper motion on this, please. It's already been read.
I move that we approve ordinance 2026-05.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a proper motion and second. Okay, with this, for everyone's understanding, as we are approving this rezoning, we're doing the first, they still have the ability to opt out. Everyone out there, make sure that you please reach out and get your opt-out paperwork filed so that you can do that if you want to do this. This is under the current, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, this is under the current language that was approved in our land development code, correct?
Correct.
Any of the language, the new language, or is still going back to planning and zoning at the next week's meeting, is that correct? If you just do a clarification to that, so everybody understands exactly what you've got in front of us here. You're not running together.
So at this time, if you were to approve this tonight, it would be with the existing language that's in the code that was adopted in 2024. The Planning and Zoning Commission did direct us to make some text amendments and bring it forward for them to review. The city manager has directed us to have another public meeting to discuss those text changes before we bring it to them. So it will actually be postponed from next week's meeting. It will be pushed back.
Okay, so you're gonna have a public hearing on
Yes,
that.
we are. Reason being is because I've got a lot of phone calls from the public that say that they have not been informed. So we're going to blast it out, and we're gonna inform them before we bring it back.
Mayor, yes, they haven't been informed of what the planning and zoning amendments that they want.
This process and the planning and zoning, the central business district, all of it.
Right, because I am pretty sure I saw in one of the many reports about this, and I believe it was Mr. Corrett that said more hearings are needed because the general public still seems to not understand this, which is a great concern to me. So if they don't understand it, why are we adopting it now?
I think, are we talking about the text amendments or the
That's what
rezoning
I'm
itself?
asking. That's what I asked the city manager. Are we talking about the whole rezoning or the text amendments?
We talked about the text amendment.
So what are you getting from the public? Because if you're getting the public is telling you, and you're getting a lot of calls that they still don't quite understand this,
That's what I'm getting.
then that's different from the text. Because they really don't have that text in front of them per se, they have this, and this is what they've been given. And so, then that's a concern. Then that is a concern, and if we have to hold more public hearings, how many public hearings have we held on this?
How many?
I mean, all in all.
Yeah, I have a slide.
Planning and zoning,
I had to think of one.
two.
It was way before me.
Well, what,
No, we did recently, we had
Yeah, you
to,
had-
Mark did, we had
Oh,
them
that's right,
here.
we had it. I did.
Yeah, we're gonna,
right,
And then it's
people,
been in planning.
people got
Zoning
letters.
twice.
Mayor, weren't you
And they
there?
were,
Yeah, I was there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But some people have told me they did not get letters and that they are in the district. And some people told me that they went to the meeting and I don't know.
How do they know about it, they didn't get a letter?
Pardon?
How do they know about it, they didn't get a letter?
From what's being discussed and what they see on the agenda and what their neighbors are telling them, that they didn't get a letter.
we sent letters to all the properties that would be affected. So what's a little bit different than a rezoning that would not be a mass rezoning, is that we would send a notice to adjacent property owners. In this case, we sent it to the property owners that would be affected specifically. We did get 3 opt-outs for properties that were not actually in the central business zoning district. But we have 9 that have opted out that actually were affected properties. This is a list of our public meetings. The July 16th date, that is being pushed back, so that's a correction to this slide. But our first public meeting, no actions were taken at that meeting. It was just to explain the central business district and what the process would be, was held on February 4th. And then the first Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing was on May 21st. Letters were sent out prior to that meeting. The zoning commission voted to continue the item to the June meeting. So it was reviewed again at the June 18th meeting. At that meeting, they voted to forward the item to the city commission. And here we are today on July 9th.
Okay. So, but
And letters were sent again.
Mayor, if I could, the general informational meeting, there's been one of those, and that was my birthday, February 4th, and I remember you said you were there.
Yes, I was.
Okay, but may I ask,
Yes.
the city manager, you said you were getting calls?
I've received a couple phone calls.
Okay.
You know, a couple of phone calls, but, you know, you're always gonna be.
and were there,
Oh,
were there
absolutely.
actual property owners in the district?
Yes. And business owners in the district.
And so they're saying they don't have a grasp on it.
They're saying they
They
don't have
don't
that.
understand the impact it's gonna have.
Of the central business district, yes.
We've got, so what we have before us, we have an option. We know that planning and zoning is working on the text. We can take this and combine those two, to not combine them, but put them together to where they run together. And possibly do another public hearing, do one more public hearing. You know, and encourage those that are calling you to attend that public hearing. And then I think, you know, I think at that point, commissioners, we're spending a lot of money on this. This is costing money with its mailing. Are you doing certified mail?
No, these are standard.
So these are standard mail, they don't have to be certified mail. Right. Okay. So, but we are spending a lot of money. They've been here all evening. They've been working on this. We need to figure out what we're gonna do with this. Yes.
Can I suggest that we just pass this on first reading? We have another public another public meeting between now and the second reading. They have till the 20th to opt out, which I guess is only a week or 2 weeks, but I mean, I don't think we need to hold this. We've been working on this since 2024, or before that, before we adopted the LDCs, when we rewrote them. The whole idea is to rebuild the downtown area. People don't want to be part of it, that's fine, but that's their option, but this is.
But
If this laid out right, I don't want to give you other things to, but you could pass this on first reading. Second reading does not have to be next month. Second reading could be, you could skip them.
And you could delay, so you can delay the 20th also, correct?
If we want.
If we say we're gonna.
Look, we make the 20th a date for administrative purposes. If at the very last moment,
They
on
want
second
opt out.
reading, somebody walks up here and said, I've never heard of this before, I want to opt out.
Okay.
I think your attorney's gonna
Okay.
tell us to let them opt out.
Thank you. Yes.
Of the 20th is the opt-out date. Mayor, the other wrinkle is my concern about having second, either doing this on first reading now or having second reading is in August. We are meeting very early and we're meeting on a Tuesday. I mean, we're meeting on a day that
He just
people-
said that the
We
best,
can push
probably
it
in our
to
best
September.
interest, we
I
can
know,
push it
and I
to September,
agree with
and that would give us an opportunity to do
Yes.
another public hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think, and then I think we can say here that we have heard their concerns and we've done our due diligence to make sure that everyone is as informed as they can possibly be. Okay, is that good? Okay, so we currently have a motion in front of us and a second. Do we have any public comment on this? Okay, Madam Clerk?
What, Mayor?
Yes.
I haven't-
Commissioner Vito?
Spoken on this, I asked questions. I had a telephone conversation with the city manager and Mr. Carrot. I don't see how this furthers the vision plan for downtown.
You've said that already. I'm
No,
sorry.
but I have a
You have said
specific,
this.
I have a specific reason. I think 43 acres is too much. This is not based on any evidence that we need 43 acres of central business district, and we do not have adequate provision for parking. I think to do this without adequate provision for parking, apparently the plan, I was told by Mr.
I mean,
Correct, is to push the parking onto the residential streets. And I've lived through that in Tampa, Florida, and that is not a good thing. I mean, we have, I don't understand
Yeah,
this.
Did
I-
you, go ahead.
I didn't say the plan was to push parking onto the original streets. I said if you have an extremely successful CRA downtown, it will push parking on the residential streets. And I think that's a problem that you would love to be able to help solve. Try to find parking for all the people who want to visit the businesses in your very successful downtown.
No.
That would mean that we were successful in recreating the downtown area.
I have lived through this.
Okay.
You make a mess and you,
Commissioner
okay,
Vito,
you make a mess and you hurt
Commissioner
business.
Vito,
you've made your point. Let's vote.
Okay.
Please, so we can move
Okay.
on.
Madam
This is
Clerk,
kind of changing.
if you would please do a roll call.
Commissioner Moore?
We're voting on ordinance 2026-05. We're approving the rezoning of all of the 40.32 acres that we approved when we did our land development code, correct? Is this change from the land development code?
No, this is.
Exactly. This is how we laid it out in the
Just
land
wanna make
development
sure what
code.
we're voting
Okay,
on. It's been about an hour since we.
I know. So that's what we're voting on. Madam Clerk, please.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Nay.
Mayor Myers?
Aye.
So approved.
So approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, I'd like to thank y'all both very much.
Have a very safe trip home.
Please be safe.
Are we going to push the second reading until September?
Sure.
If you want to do a motion to do that, we can do that at this time. Otherwise-
I move that we're to push the second reading of ordinance 2026-05
5.
till the September regular meeting,
And
the
hold a
first
public
regular
hearing.
meeting, and hold a public hearing in the meantime, also changing or pushing back that July 20th administrative date until after the public hearing.
The opt-out date.
Yes, that's what I said.
He said they can, and honestly, he said that to me yesterday, they can opt out to the very last, till the very end. Okay, so we have a second, do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a proper motion and a second.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, okay, so approved. Thank you, both.
Thank you.
Business needs, let's go on to our business.
Can I do one thing on the business? Mayor, can we move up the Labor Day parade event? The
Yes,
young lady has been here all night
All
long,
night.
and I'd like to put her at the top, if that's okay.
thank you.
You know, we gotta do this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, so we
Should
should
have
be
gone right.
Right on all
Don't we need to set the dates for the tentative and final budget hearings before we leave? Doesn't that have to go?
We're not leaving right this minute. We still have, we still have business to go. I believe Commissioner Lori's going to have to excuse himself.
Mark. I'll holler at you.
Well, then, I don't know what we're doing here if we can't keep everyone.
You still have a quorum.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in the back and hopefully I might be able to come back. I'm sorry. I can't help medically.
It's very late.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm an old woman, I have those problems too.
Can you get out? Okay. If not, let us know. I'll take it out for you. Okay. Derek?
Yes, ma'am.
We're running on time, so
Okay,
we
thank you.
have to have a motion to consent.
Okay, so this is Ms. Valentina White. She's here tonight to talk with you all. I need approval for her parade that she is putting in for a special event application. You all were given a map and also a time frame. I do want to note two things, that the parade celebration has been moved to 10 a.m. and not 12 p.m. The other thing that I needed to note was that the map was just accidental. It is not gonna go down Summit. It is actually going to continue through Summit to Main Street and then left on Main Street heading south to Eva Lion Park.
And it'll end at Eva Lion Park.
Through Summit to Main Street, you mean
Yeah,
through
so
Central
we're-
Avenue?
Through Center,
I'm sorry,
it's gonna cross over.
Main,
So
yeah,
they're starting down at the boat ramp, not at Three Bananas. They're starting at the boat ramp.
yes,
Okay, it's a rolling parade, they're coming up Central Avenue, they're gonna cross right here, we're gonna have the fire department, they're
Yes.
gonna cross them, they're gonna cross here, they're gonna go down to Main, they're gonna turn left onto Main,
head south on.
and then head south, and then they're gonna turn left on Cypress.
Yes.
I like it.
Okay, but I have a question because the application for the permit says they're going to start, there's two different parade routes. The written parade route says it's going to start at the,
He just said there's an error.
no, he's talking about the error in the map. There was a permit request that says the parade is going to start at the Women's Civic Association, cross 308 and go down Grand Rondo.
That was her
That was
original.
original when she first put it in, and that has changed.
Okay, so this, I see, the map is the update and it has
After
been
sitting
corrected.
down with staff,
Yeah.
Got it. Got it,
she
got it.
determined that this would be better, and the dancers all want to end over here so they can perform here.
No, I get
Okay.
that part, it was
Okay.
just confusing. And then my other question is, where, if everyone is gathering down at the boat ramp, where are they going to park? Because there's plenty of parking on
It's called
South
Market
Prospect.
Square.
They're gonna park at Market Square, okay, so that's provided for.
So the agreement that she made is that everybody would be driven down there, and then that they would be parked,
Okay,
the people, they would park over here at Market Square. I've spoken to Anna at Three Bananas, and she gives her graces as long as it's at 10 o'clock, and they're out of there by 10:30. It's Labor Day, it's a big weekend for them, so, but she did give her graces for that. So, do we have any other questions on this?
No, just want to make sure it works
Can I
out.
get a motion, please?
Yes, I move to approve the application for the, I guess, the parade,
Labor Day parade event.
right, the Labor Day parade event applied for by Ms. Valentina White, with the amended parade route and time to start at 10, to be out of the Three Bananas area by 10:30, and to go, they're gonna go down Central Avenue to Main Street and then to Evelyn Park. Does that do it?
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second? Proper motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? If none, do we have any comments from public comments? It's Labor Day, Saturday, Labor Day is the, hold on,
You back up?
it is
Give me 1 second.
September 5th. Okay? Please do a roll call for us.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved. Thank you.
Thank you
And
so
thank you so much. And we just wish you all the best for
Thank you.
this and for what you're doing for the children and for our community. So thank you. And thank you for your patience tonight. Okay, we're coming up on 10:30. So do we want to trudge forward and try to get this, think we can do this in 30 minutes?
I
So
think
can I
so.
get a motion, please, to extend this meeting?
I'll make a motion to extend this meeting to 11 o'clock.
Okay. We have a
Second.
proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those
Nay.
opposed, nay. Okay. Nay, but that's okay. Remember, I told you you can't talk anymore if you passed your time. Yes.
I did.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Let's go on to, and Commissioner DeVito, please know that I was just making
I
fun of you.
know, I know.
Gas, Florida gas, but I'm not even gonna, seriously, that's what I'm gonna say.
I know.
Florida gas utility,
Yes, so,
or IT, actually.
yes, we can do
solutions
IT
system.
solutions. I'm looking for you all to approve for me to move forward after contract review with the city attorney to have the IT company come in and render services for IT, cybersecurity, and our chambers.
Okay. And, yes,
I move that we authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with, it's called
OPSEVA.
Opsiva. Do we need to see the contract again, or do?
Yeah. I'm going to bring the contract to,
I'm fine with, I mean, my motion is to authorize the city manager, in consultation with the city attorney
thank you.
to enter into the contract with Opsiva, if everything looks fine.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a proper motion and a second. Any discussion?
So this, I thought the city attorney told us earlier that they should draft the contract and bring it back to us.
I don't know what makes us think that we know better about contracts than they do.
No, I don't, but I just
I
want
don't
us,
either, and I'll tell you that right now.
I
And so I
want
don't
to,
know why the city manager and the city attorney are not qualified to review the contract and sign it. We've already agreed that we like the plan and that we authorize the expenditures. So I think that they can figure out whether the contract is okay or not. I know they'll do a better job than I will.
I'm just going on with, there might be things that come up. You don't know what they find when they get down.
Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lurie,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Mayor Myers.
Aye.
Okay.
And with that, when you go through that contract, Dawn, do we need to do any type of a motion that upon approval of the contract, because we're gonna have to give a notice to the other company.
yes,
So we're gonna have to give you an approval to give that notice, correct?
Well,
Yeah.
I think that,
But
I'm still not understanding whether you want to see the final product or not, the contract.
Oh.
If you don't, then fine, then you need to give us permission to notify the current provider that we're terminating the contract under its provisions that allow termination without cause, 60 days notice or 30?
we don't know.
I believe it's 60 days.
Yeah, whichever.
I move that we authorize the city manager to give notice to Inspire Tech to cancel our contract at such time that these people, Opsiva is ready to take over.
Okay, do you have a second?
Well, no, I'm not sure how that's, I'm not sure if that's exactly what you said. It's just that if they approve, I think that you should say that if the city manager and city attorney approve the contract by, what is it? Whatever.
Opsiva.
They have the right to go ahead
That's what I
and,
said.
okay. I'll second it, let's go. And we can move on.
Okay, so we have a proper motion. I need, you seconded it, Commissioner Burton, correct?
Right.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner DeVito,
Nay.
Vice Mayor Lurie,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton, Mayor Myers.
Aye. Thank you. Florida Gas Utility.
Yes, Florida Gas Utility did a presentation just the other day with you all. There are two items that I'm asking for tonight. One is approving the rolling hedging directive. I have had our city attorney read through that hedging directive, ready for signature. It also includes the following parameters. A, product, futures contracts or call options and associated premium. B, quantity up to 75% for 1 year or year one, 50% for year two, and 25% for year three. And C is strike price or budget, $1 per therm. The second item that I would like for you all to approve in conjunction with that would be to approve the creation of natural gas rate stabilization fund and establish the target range from 21 to 35,000. This can be changed at any time.
You said a strike price of $1.
A strike price of
$1 per therm?
not dollar per therm, but money per therm price.
Well, what's the therm price?
That's gonna be,
That's
Up to
correct
them.
for you to figure out?
Yes,
Okay, I
correct.
thought they figured out the price. Okay, well, I move that we approve authorizing FGU to, start a gas hedging purchasing program according to the parameters that they recommend, and authorize the city manager to sign that directive with FGU.
Second?
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
I also need approval for, the creation of the natural gas.
So we gotta do this first.
Does
We have to do
separate?
this first.
Okay,
We
I'm
have to
sorry.
do this first,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
You never been to a meeting before?
Come on, let's,
We've already gone over this twice.
Sorry.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lurie,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
aye,
So
so approved. Thank you. Now Derek.
Yes, ma'am. The second is approving the creation of the natural gas stabilization rate fund, establish a target range of $21,000 to $35,000.
I move that we authorize the city manager to set up a rate stabilization fund with FGU at the target price of 21, well, did we decide 30? I thought we talked about 35,000.
That's
No,
21
it's
to
21
35.
to
Yeah, but I thought
35.
we had just picked a number in the middle instead of the range, but, okay, 21 to 35,000.
Is that on the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, it's part of the Florida utility system.
Florida
the gas utility
Sustainability
sustainability
Plan.
education plan. Yeah,
It does.
Part of that plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
They presented it to us yesterday
and they were briefed on
at
it.
the workshop.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a proper motion, and a second.
And I'll just briefly say that this is all part of stabilizing the rates that we pay as gas rate holders or rate payers, so that it's not all up and down every month like it is. It's something that FGU is very good at. We're relying on their expertise and their experiences. And we've gone over this multiple times and talked about it over the last few years. I'm glad that we're finally doing it, because everybody, other gas systems do it and it makes sense and it works, so.
It has worked well for the city of Palatka.
Yeah,
See,
and I, will not put us in the situation that we were in this
yeah,
past winter
January.
as well, so it's
Definitely flatten the curve.
protecting clients as well. Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. Yes, Commissioner DeVito?
Right, if I could just say one thing, we had very detailed presentation from Florida Gas Utilities. And one thing that we discussed was public education about what we are doing. So I hope that we undertake that public education. And that's something that we will be working, Dave, and there should be working with Florida Gas on.
And there's one additional comment I wanted to make. I think that it would be helpful on our utility bills to actually tell people what the per therm charge is that we charge every month. I don't know why it's not there. You can figure it out if you do backwards math,
Sure.
which I do all the time, but, so that's how we can find out. I mean, it's not gonna hurt us to have it on there as information. I mean, I'm not sure what Edmonds can do, but to me, it just makes sense. I don't know why, we're not trying to hide that. It should be very transparent of what we're charging for gas every month, and that would help with the education process and also help people know why the bills jump all over the place. So.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
I,
Mayor Myers.
Aye, so approved. Okay, let's go to the transfer remaining reserve funds. What do we have? $250,000?
$250,000.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer of the remaining $250,000 into the reserve funds to Florida Prime to generate interest revenue.
Second.
okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on this? Go ahead, you do.
Commissioner
roll call.
DeVito,
I,
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye,
So approved.
thank you. Gas pack replacement?
Thank you, yes, and I was wondering if Mayor, if we can combine the gas pack replacement and the truck crane replacement, they're both coming out of the equipment and machinery portion of the Better Place plan. I did not have it printed for you all, but I have it here. I was given this by our finance manager today. We have $64,107 in that line item account. Gas pack replacement came in around $4,100 or $4,200 and change. The truck crane replacement, I believe, came in at $15,000, and I misspoke to you all in our private meetings that it was $12,000. It was an estimated freight of $780, and the cost was $14,988.75. The cost had went up from the last quote that Keith had
These are
received.
for two different departments, correct? One is for the fire station
Yes,
and one is for public works.
yes, it is.
Okay,
You are correct.
So I think maybe we can take them individually if everyone is.
Sure.
Okay, let's,
I move, what is the amount?
gas
you want?
pack replacement approval.
What is the amount?
$4,300 will take care of it. I believe it was 42 and change.
Okay, so I move that we authorize the city manager to use Better Place Plan funds up to $4,300 to fix the air conditioner at the fire station.
I will second that.
We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? And this is something knowing that that you're looking into to make sure that we're not overspending on something that.
Correct.
Okay, we've
Correct.
had that conversation.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just have one thing?
Yes.
Why do we not maintain our air conditioners? Do we have a maintenance program that the water lines,
Currently,
the drain
they're-
lines are cleaned and the air conditioner filters are changed? And there's someone that comes out and tops them off every year? Because it seems like we spend a lot of money on air conditioners. And I know it was 117 degrees today, but real feel, but still, I mean, if we had to replace our air conditioners in our own homes this much, we'd all be broke.
I agree. The air conditioner, I believe, is at its end of useful life at the fire station. It's pretty old. I don't know if we can, have a Band-Aid fix for it. I'm gonna try to see what we can do to repair it in the meantime, since we're gonna be moving to a new building. But I don't disagree with you. We'll be looking into that, sir.
Well, we need to make sure the air
I
conditioners in this
thought
building don't
Heritage,
go
I
out.
thought y'all were start talking to Heritage about doing that.
We did, but I have to look at that
Okay.
contract.
You would do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
I,
Mayor Myers.
Aye,
So
so
approved.
approved. Truck tank, crane.
Yes,
I move that we approve the purchase of a truck crane for the lift stations not to exceed $13,000 from the Better Place Plan Fund.
it's gonna be $16,000.
It's,
You just,
yeah, we said,
$16,000 from the Better Place Plan equipment line.
Thank you.
up to 16?
up to
Up to.
Okay, I'll second that.
proper motion and a second. We have any further discussion on this?
Commissioner DeVito,
I,
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye,
So approved.
so approved. Thank you. Okay, the next one we have is our city manager performance, review. Are you hot?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be very brief with this. You went up, you were at the last time, you were 3.65, you're now 3.67.
There you
So you have made some improvements. We
Just a-
share as an essence of
go.
time.
Almost, no. It's improvement.
I'll take it. You better go right direction.
Derek,
Is that on a scale of 10?
Well, Mayor,
On a scale of 5,
yeah, I was gonna say, let's say the
on a scale of 5, in the essence of time, we'll make copies of this so that you can read through this. There's some very good comments. Your commissioners put a lot of thought into this. Derek, you have definitely, no one can ever say that you're not trying. And, it's a lot to learn. You're taking on a lot. And, there's some areas in here, and performance appraisals are done as a way of, hopefully to help you improve. And look at it from that perspective. But you're still here. You're still here. This is a year. It's been a year.
It's been one hell of a year.
It's been, and so, I commend you for sticking it out. We still have an issue with the hyperlinking, but.
It's fixed.
That's
okay.
But
It works.
But I think as you read through this, I think you'll be pleased. Commissioners, I don't know if anybody has anything to say, and I'll make sure at the next meeting that you have a proper graph.
I would say that the budget, we are doing so much better this year than last year, which you made it through it, which last year, which was a miracle. But you came in here on June 3rd, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and had absolutely no idea the train that was coming at you.
Oh, yeah.
So you survived that, and this year, Steve and you guys have gotten it, you took the bull by the horns, and you have us ready, and we're already, I feel we're already in pretty good shape. We've gone over everything already once, and we've still got a little bit more to do, but I feel like everything is much smoother this year. So I don't know how much that's you or Steve, but both of you guys deserve kudos for that.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
could very briefly, obviously, Derek, if you read, I've said good things about you, but I want to share with the commission and with you. I think it's very important that our entire financial management and reporting is brought under control. I am very concerned that we don't have the closeout from the prior fiscal year. We don't have those numbers. I don't know, and I don't know why we don't have them. Neither you nor our finance director has articulated what the problem is. And we need to know because we're now 9 months through the year. And as well, I think we need an update on the status of audit. And I think we need to be on a long-range plan for spending, as we discussed at the budget workshop, particularly with capital expenditures factored in. So it's the finance that's a concern.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's good stuff.
And there's a lot of good stuff, and
Yes.
there's a lot of good stuff in here.
But you can read that. I don't need to go over that.
Yeah. So, thank you. With that, it's,
We need to give them a raise.
yes. So, can I have a motion for that?
I move that we give the city manager a 5% increase in pay compensation, especially since we didn't do it last year.
And we didn't do it
At a
as
6 month,
6 months.
but you deserve it now.
Right.
I mean, you deserved it last year too.
Effective today.
Effective your anniversary date, which is
Okay.
whatever June 3rd or whatever it was.
Done second.
I second. Someone's buying me dinner.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Is the 5% what's called for in the contract?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And
Everybody
budgeted
else
for.
received.
and budgeted for.
It's what everybody else received. So.
If you would, please do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Aye. Vice Mayor Lori?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye.
So approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, set dates for tentative, final budget hearing. We know that the county is meeting on the 22nd at 5:05. When is the school board meeting? So we were talking about September 24th.
Is this for our first or second? This is for our
This is our second reading. It can't conflict with the county or the school district.
The first, school board budget process is gonna be, first public hearing July 27th, and the final hearing September 11th.
Oh, wow, just a good
So they're doing their
Yeah,
final,
that's early.
their final, they are early anyway, though, aren't they typically, the school district? That doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so we'll set ours for the 24th until such time, that somebody tells us we can, and we're gonna have to, and that still allows us a few days.
And our first is gonna be at the regular meeting.
Our first will be at the regular meeting, yes.
So what time are we doing this on the 24th?
We can do it at any time you want to, so anytime after 5:00, it just has to be after 5:00, so you could do it at 5:05. Huh?
I thought just one would have to be up for this.
I think it's final when you,
To me, people are used to six
Six,
PM.
why don't we just do 6? September
okay, so
24th,
6:00,
I move that we set our second budget hearing. No, for the date, July 24th at 6 PM here at City Hall.
okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Well,
Do we need to set, are we required to officially set the first meeting? Do we need to state when our first?
Yeah, because I thought that's what goes on Trimmer, is the first meeting.
the first meeting, so that would be, what date is that, our
The
first
10th.
meeting? Is it the
The
10th, September 10th?
Yeah.
Okay,
What time?
6 o'clock.
6:00, September 10th.
6:00.
Would
Is that
you
morning
put that
or
in
night?
your motion, please?
I do, yeah, and so our first meeting, it will be at our normal, regular commission meeting on September 10th at 6 PM. And our second one will be the 24th at 6 PM.
Okay. And the second, did we get a second?
Second, someone second.
I did.
You
And
seconded,
yes,
and you're
and
approving
seconded
that,
the second
okay?
one?
Yes, I will second the second.
Now, do a voice vote, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, so approved.
And we are about to, minutes right now, I'm sorry.
Did you say September 10th?
So during the 10th is our
September
normal
10th
meeting,
is our normal meeting.
which will be our first
And
budget
then our
hearing.
next one will be the 24th, 2 weeks later.
And Mayor, we said September 10th, not because we're making a change, but I think we're required to
So,
say when we're going to do that first budget hearing.
Okay. So are we going to take up the minutes? Do we
No.
have,
I'm sorry, I cannot.
then somebody needs to make a
I
motion?
move that we table the minutes until the next regular meeting.
I second.
Or actually, we can do about the special meeting, I don't care.
We have a motion, just make up your mind, which one you want to
Then
do.
whatever, the August meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion for the minutes to be tabled until all of the minutes that are on the agenda to be tabled.
We can't do that all together.
No, I can't, no,
Well, I guess
not right now, sorry.
to me, I think we should put these on the special meeting that we're having, whatever day it is in July.
I currently have a motion, I need a second, and if you don't want to vote for it, or if it fails for lack of a second, but I currently have a motion I have to address. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Moore seconded
Did you second it, Commissioner Moore?
Yeah.
Okay, then we have a proper motion and a second to move these to the August 4th meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
it.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay, it's a lot of
Commissioner
work.
Burton,
The August 4th meeting.
yes. How are you voting? Yea or nay?
I don't know, Derek, how long is our meeting gonna be on August 4th?
It seems like it's getting a lot longer.
This one's getting a lot longer too.
Yeah, I don't care.
If I could, it's a lot of minutes to pen just for the clerk to deal with on August 4th because we're having a meeting, we're having a special meeting before, so the minutes
The minutes
Are
are
just
done,
going to stack
so it's
up.
not going to, the minutes are done. So
Well-
it just moves to the next meeting. So the minutes are done, it's not going to be an additional work on the clerk.
Well,
Yeah, it's just,
So,
alright,
it
but there,
passed, so.
there are problems with minutes from the
Send
June
them to
11th
her,
meeting.
Then please get them to her so she can send them out to all of
And I
us.
asked that they be sent out to everyone.
Okay, before we adjourn, we got a request from the Crescent City Women's Civic Association. They're the ones that are doing the backpack. If you'll remember last year, that was part of our community monies that we put out. I would recommend that,
Which one do we have left in our age representation?
we have, how much do we have in there?
Steve, it actually,
On this thing, you're probably not wrong.
My recommendation is that we put this on the special meeting agenda. If everyone's in agreement with that on the 20th, that should be very quick.
July 20th?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so I move that
You
we,
don't have to, it's not on the agenda.
I move that we table, right, I move that we consider the Women's Civic Association request for a donation for the back to school event at the special meeting we are having on July 20th.
Thank you. That way we can tell them that that's, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'll take a motion for adjournment if anybody has anything else.
Mayor, we don't have a report from the city attorney, and I think we have a Clarion issue that is our update.
I have filed a motion to set aside the default along with the memorandum of law. Clarion has filed a motion for final judgment. Neither have been set for hearing, so I assume the court will decide whether or not they get their final judgment or we get to set the default aside.
Can I have a motion for adjournment?
I
Thank you
move we
very much
adjourn.
for that update. And Mr. Holmes, if you'd wait just a moment
Yep.
for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, this meeting is so adjourned
Thank you,
at
everyone.
10:53.
Ten more minutes we could talk.
I need to exercise.
Wait. I need to clear that. We don't.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
we had time, we could have done some more stuff.
That's what I said, we had 7 more minutes.
Could have done the minutes.
Because it's liable.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
Happy birthday. Thanks for spending it with us.
Today's day off.
Steve, are you taking tomorrow off? You should take tomorrow off.
Oh, and everybody is happy birthday, Steve. Steve, I am so sorry.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Moore, I told y'all to remind you.
Steve made my
Yeah.
You got carrot cake.
You're point to improvement on your
I think Larry.
evaluation.
So we should have done it later. All the voters stood up and spoke, so we should have done it later. So they all just-
You know what's gonna be fair though, Derek? They need to let you evaluate.
We gave him, for everybody to know, we gave him.
That's fair to me, I'm just saying.
I was afraid, I've always like.
You just done
No, we gave him.
Have a good night, everybody.
Five major, thank you.
Always.
Bet.
It's been a long week.
Great job.
Monday, I flew to Colorado. 2:30. And at 4, so our service had to work patrol that day, so I had to work another 12 hours.
I did.
After that. Next day, I had to work patrol
You'll be
12
fine.
hours.
It'll all be.
So morning, I had to be back on another search warrant. Here I am.
So you tired.
Did you find what you were
It's a
looking
lot of
for?
hours.
Did you find what you were looking for?
You guys need to go.
Good.
Especially after we took care of that before hours.
Got what?
See that? You seen stuff on Facebook about the courthouse?
I don't know.
Clerk's office.
Oh, the clerk's office, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.